2. Testing 1 2 1 2 3 4 5. Mic check 1 2 1 2. All right.
Colleagues, good morning. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Chairperson, there were apologies from Mr. Montana, Mr. Kubeka, Mr. Maduna, Mr. Luchungu, and from the ministers attending a meeting in Brazzaville, and as well an apology from the DG.
Honorable, thanks very much. I must welcome you, the Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, and the team from the RTMC. But also to check, apart from the apology of the Minister in our part, do you have any apology in your part?
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. No, Chair. There are no apologies on our part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On that note, I'm going to request Valerie if we can go straight to the agenda.
Chair, the RTMC and the department is ready to proceed with the first agenda item on the road safety festive season plan.
The Honorable the Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And good morning to the members. I would like to maybe first ask that, indicate that the Chairperson of the board of the RTMC, Mamufa Madi, is here with board members. The CEO MCB is here with executives, and we have got the DDGs of the various branches of the department. So what we will do, Chair, we've come to present the festive season road safety plan. The RTMC will present. We've undertaken a process of consultations with the various provinces and other stakeholders to consolidate this plan. What I just want to say, Chair, before I hand over to, excuse me, the RTMC, is that this is not the National Road Safety Plan. This is a focused area for the festive season, wherein we felt it important that there is a dedicated effort, understanding that 10% of the annual road fatalities are during this period. Secondly, you've got the phenomenon of what I call the urban-rural migration, which needs a particular focus, but the presentation will cover that. Chair, we just want to say that this season is also marked by a sharp increase in road usage and tragically a corresponding rise in accidents and fatalities. This dual reality demands a targeted, data-driven and collaborative approach to road safety. And as a department, we are happy about the collaboration we have with the RTMC, an entity of our department, and the work by the roads branch and the valued stakeholders. And we are readying ourselves to actually roll out this plan. But Chair, it would be remiss of me if I do not indicate that one of the most pressing threats to road safety in our country is the dangerous intersection of alcohol consumption and road use. According to the RTMC studies, alcohol-related crashes contribute to 27% of fatalities annually, and 58% of drivers in fatal crashes testing positive for alcohol. These alarming statistics highlight the urgent need for stricter enforcement and a robust public education campaign to address this crisis head-on. In fact, according to the World Health Organization, South Africa is number 5 in the world for alcohol consumption. It's a serious national indictment, and one requires a particular action. Further, Chairperson, another growing and deeply concerning trend is the use of cell phones whilst driving, particularly amongst younger drivers and the so-called influencers. Whether it is texting, engaging on social media, or recording content for online platforms. These behaviors significantly impair a driver's attention, reaction time, and decision making, all in a big trend, Chairperson, for likes, for TikTok, for Instagram, for Facebook. And it is a dangerous and reckless reality. Studies show, Chair, that texting while driving increases the risk of crashes by 23 times, as drivers are effectively blind to the road for an average of 5 seconds per text or activity. Therefore, Chair, recording influencer content while driving, such as live streaming or creating videos for platforms, adds further layers of distraction, and it diverts both mental and physical focus from the road. We cannot overstate the dangers posed by these practices. Distracted driving is quickly becoming a leading contributor to road accidents in South Africa, and addressing the issue is one of the key areas of this campaign. What you will hear, Chair, from the presentation that the RTMC is doing is a focus on high priority roads, and so that presentation will provide a detailed overview of how these strategies align with our national priorities and international commitments, and we will address the critical risk factors such as speeding, unroadworthy vehicles, and distracted driving, while emphasizing the need for a culture of responsibility and accountability amongst all road users. Chair, I conclude by saying that the road safety, and I hope I'm heard well here, road safety is not solely a government responsibility. It is a shared societal mandate. By uniting all sectors, government, civil society, faith-based organization, the transport, public sector, and law enforcement, we can together ensure that this festive season brings about not just joy but safety on all our roads. So with that, Chair, I'd like to hand over to the RTMC, and then we will be able to field questions at the end of the presentation, if that's in order with yourself. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Mkhuleko Mhlengwa, Honorable Chairperson of the Transport Portfolio Committee, Mr. Silamulela, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, fellow board members, DOT DDGs present here as well as officials, CEO of the RTMC, and executives present here today. Thank you for the opportunity to present our festive season road safety plan. As we approach the festive season, it is important to always remember the attendant problems which are experienced on the roads. The higher volumes of traffic on the roads often lead to unhappy incidents of accidents, which can and must be avoided through effective enforcement of road safety laws while encouraging responsible behavior on the roads. Chairperson and honorable members, appearing before you this morning are the Chief Executive Officer, Advocate Makosini Msibi, and his team from the RTMC. They are here to give you a flavor of the plan, which is intended to secure the lives of the road users during the festive season. Without further ado, I request through you, Chairperson, to allow the CEO to present the plan. We will then be ready to take questions and comments at the end. Thank you.
Thanks very much. In that order, CEO.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Minister, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Chairperson as well as board members, the department and colleagues. Chairperson, as it has been canvassed sufficiently by both the Deputy Minister and the Chairperson, it is important that we then begin to table what we call the reimagined festive season plan. And we'll amplify why we then call it the reimagined festive plan. This is for the first time that we develop this plan underpinned by a number of pillars, key to these pillars being the scientific outcome-based approach, which of course is data-driven. And for the first time, we are now setting the indicators so that we ensure that we evaluate the impact and the success of the plan post the festive season. We also then dealt with a number of research in terms of the predictive and intelligent policing deployment. We are not just going to deploy sporadically as it happens, and this is a collaborative initiative and effort with provinces, municipalities, stakeholders, as well as all other public entities. We've also then going to deal with the priority deployments. This is consequent to the engagement on one-on-one with the provinces and the municipalities, mobilizing and of course beginning to share the same common vision in terms of the challenges that are confronting us. We also want to focus mainly on targeted offenses, some of which the Deputy Minister has canvassed sufficiently, drunken driving, which of course accounts to about 27% in terms of our fatalities. You're also dealing with the pedestrians, which in their own nature account for 43% of our fatalities in terms of the overall picture of the country. We also then underpin it in terms of tactical approach. What we mean by tactical approach, it therefore begins to resonate with the fact that as public servant, we are sitting with the conundrum, particularly of the absence of the law enforcement post 10 hours in the evening. So we're now beginning to roll out a 24/7 simply because we are informed by data as to when do these accidents happen. We thought it as then the universe is celebrating some of the key achievements, and we have also adopted one of the project called Project Edward, which of course stands for Every Day Without a Road Death. So we found it very appropriate that Project Edward should play a critical role in terms of this festive season, underpinned by the desire to reduce road fatalities, increase public awareness, and force stakeholder collaboration. As the Deputy Minister has alluded, that this responsibility cuts across, and it's a shared responsibility with the public as well as all key stakeholders. So the issue of road safety, it's the responsibility of each and every citizen, that all of us should assume the responsibility. We have taken a number of road safety data-driven initiatives in mobilizing and creating the awareness with the public as well as engagement with the various stakeholders. A number of seminars have preceded this festive season in collaboration with most of the road users, some of the companies, most of the NGOs, CBOs, that we're dealing with them to ensure that all of us mobilize extensively in terms of this festive season. We then gives a very critical dates, not that every day is not critical, but these are critical dates informed by the volumes of traffic that are going to be experience. It's going to be a season where industries are closing, schools are closing, and most of the tourism routes will be also be flooded, as well as people going out on holiday. So we therefore prioritize these days in ensuring that we have intensified and integrated law enforcement, road safety, and awareness campaigns. So we know that as of the 11th, there will be a plethora and an overload of our roads, and mobility is going to be very dynamic during this process. There are a number of celebrations. It is unfortunate that if we look in terms of the calendar this year, we are presented with the extraordinary long weekends that are also going to play very critical role during this festive season. We will have the longest of the long weekends dating from the 19th of December. You will have a prelude or a showing shortly of the long weekend dating from the 13th to the 16th, which there will be a lot of celebrations. But the 19th to the 27th, you have the extraordinary long weekend when most of the industries will have been closed, most of the public and civil servants will be taking leave, people will be going out on holidays. So this begins to underpin what we are going to be confronted differently this year. Also the day that will start from the 29th to the 1st, which also begins to give you within a 2-week space of time, you're going to have a lot of activities that will be on our roads that require the presence of the law enforcement, that require mobilization as well as awareness. But we have then dealt with the preliminary or pre-festive season key issues. Key to it was the matter of the World Remembrance Day. For the first time in South Africa, we said we are remembering about 69 of our traffic law enforcement that died on the road or during the course on the line of duty. We deemed it prudent that we need to give this recognition. We dealt with the relaying. We are currently undergoing, parallel to this process, a number of seminars with the stakeholders and the summit in terms of the road safety, because we believe that it is important that we mobilize the insurance company, we mobilize the fuel companies, we mobilize each and every stakeholder, even the liquor association, so that all of us have a conversation as to the responsibility that should be taken by each and every individual pre to the festive season. And indeed, then this is going to be culmination as well as the beginning of the festive season, as we launched on Sunday, the 1st, when we launched the festive season during this coming Sunday. But it's also important that we then begin to give what we have done pre the festive season. Amongst the pre-festive season, we have ensured that we visited a number of bus depots simply because we believe that most of the people will be using the buses. So it's important that we look at the state and the road worthiness of the buses. We now know that this Sunday is going to be a number of activities happening. For instance, despite that we're launching the festive season, we also have the church denominations gathering at FNB when they have a prayer session that is led under the Motsepe Foundation. A number of church denominations will be coming all over South Africa, gathering at FNB. In its own nature, it is one of the unprecedented gatherings that will require that we then place and monitor the routes efficiently and effectively. In so dealing, it is more important to even indicate to the portfolio committee that we have, of course, discontinued a number of buses. These pre-inspections have also revealed to us some of the fraudulent activities that are happening within the bus companies, amongst others, the non-payment of the licenses, using some of the intermediaries to then register their buses, which buses are unroadworthy. Similarly, we have operations that are dealing with the trucking industry, the same too, begins to give us these issues. So there will be a number of places that we are doing at unprecedented times, sporadic, as well as in all processes. But we are also focusing on the areas of commencement or the origin. We now know that during this festive season, we're going to have a number of people that are going international, in a sense that they're going to go cross-border. So what we then do, we do these operations from the point of origin, Park Station, Pretoria, Cape Town, Durban, so as to ensure that those that are undertaking these trips, we therefore nip them in the bud before they just even are seen in our roads. So we'll also intensify this matter post the festive season. Yes, we have limitations in terms of the areas where we can impound these vehicles, but we are undeterred in terms of the desire to deal with these matters. But what we then do, there will be for the first time, a weekly monitoring system that we are going to be putting in place, as well as we putting a war room at the RTMC where all provinces are going to deploy their law enforcers to then monitor, ensure that we also do the monitoring from a central point so that the data that is gathered is also appropriate. What the analysis tells us over the 5 years, South Africa has 21 points which we call critical routes, and we call them hazardous routes. We have prioritized these simply because of the number of fatalities that are arising from these areas. And to this point, we will then see which routes are very critical and dangerous in South Africa that are also impacting negatively in terms of our statistics. Leading the pack is the Limpopo, and we might even be very shocked that even that route is not a major route, it's a route we call R71 within Mankweng area, where we have the highest number of pedestrians that are killed within that area. You will then have it in Northwest, Mpumalanga, particularly the Gwamhlanga area, as well as Nelspruit and Forsman, which are, of course, one of the critical routes that we need to be looking into. You look at the Western Cape. If you look around Khayelitsha, this is increasingly becoming a death threat and within the Western Cape area. So we are going to have a particular and dedicated attention in those areas. You then get to KZN, in particular, Umkomazi, Pongola, and indeed, if you look into the area that leads to Wamsane, as well as the N2 en route to Richards Bay, these are the routes that are very critical and common to us to deal with. Then the Eastern Cape, you'll then deal particular with the area of Mthatha, Libode, as well as Aidujwa. These will be the areas that we're deploying so much, and hence the discussions with all the provinces and the municipalities on the one-on-one, so as to find hegemony and integration in terms of the deployment, focusing in those particular areas. One of the issues that we needed, which then delayed the launch as well as the engagement, was, of course, because we had, for more than 3 occasions, we needed to have engagements with the provinces, HODs in particular, as well as the law enforcers, leadership, and SAPs, because we wanted to have an integrated process that is focusing in all those areas, and also mobilizing and finding commonality in terms of the deployment post 22 hours until 4 in the morning, which was very lacking. So this has also began to tide our hands, and because we needed to persuade most of the labor movements, simply because by the nature of how the employees, the traffic law enforcers, particularly in provinces, are employed. They're employed as in terms of the Public Service Act, which of course has not been utilized to then classify this as essential services. However, in terms of the public service regulation, it is within the purview of the HODs to determine the working conditions of the traffic law enforcers, but it also requires engagement with the labor formations. That has been very strenuous, but finally we found one another. It is on those bases that we'll also have this deployment post 24 hours. Now, for those that are within this space of the transport fraternity, they will know that we have a force multiplier effect. And this is what is normally termed as the NTPs. But what are we using this differently this time? This time it's going to be plugging in where there are gaps within the provinces, so that we then begin to multiply the forces within the provinces. Where there are provincial gaps, particularly because the NTPs are employed 24/7, we then begin to amplify and complement the absence of the law enforcement within the early hours of the morning as well as in the evening, and indeed beginning to deal with what it's not mainly looked into, the issue of the pedestrians deployment. We have done a pilot process on the N12 as well as R21. We have been working with the Metro as well as Gauteng Provincial Department and the Metro. We have seen a drastic decline in terms of these pedestrians, that fatalities that have been experienced in the past, because we're deploying 24/7 in those areas. But also, we're also going to look at the corridors, because we know that we're also going to have unprecedented traffic within the corridors, N1, N3, N2, N12, N17, as well as N4, both covering all the provinces. And if you look in terms of the Western Cape through to Eastern Cape and KZN, that N2 route, it's also problematic, taking us through from KZN, Mpumalanga, until the border. That on its own is going to warrant a dedicated deployment, as well as N1 North, going to the Musina, arising from Joburg. It's also one of the issues that we are going to be looking specifically. The N3 route, Joburg, KZN, it's also going to be of particular interest to all of us. So we are beginning to give the synopsis of the deployment of the top 10 in this issue. We have given the Gauteng, the Eastern Cape, how we're going to deal with it, the Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. But in its own nature, you will then realize in terms of this dedicated deployment, Northern Cape as well as Northwest, and to a lesser extent, Western Cape. Let's then begin to give the evidence into this. Western Cape has sufficiently covered all the areas, even in our engagement and analysis of the plan. They've done exceptionally well in terms of covering of all the areas that are problematic within their workforce. And to that extent, we deemed it not prudent to then begin to amplify the deployment in those particular areas. The Northern Cape, you'll then have the N12 sufficiently covered and N17. So these have been then the issues that we deal with. But from the stepping off from the law enforcement, then getting to the road safety initiatives, particularly the education and awareness has also played a critical role in terms of the campaigns that we have, because we have realized that law enforcement cannot be divorced from education and awareness. So the road safety partnership has also played a critical role, particularly with the NGOs. And for this first time, we have seen the traditional leadership coming to the fore, and there will be some of the launches that are going to be done with the traditional leadership, because we have mobilized an understanding that all of us have a responsibility to deal with the law enforcement, and to that extent, and the road safety, we should take keen interest in terms of those. The e-hailing companies, we have also taken them on board so that they are on standby, so that those that are, of course, have imbibed, then are discouraged from driving and to use the Ubers and getting to their destination. So there is a lot of mobilization, particularly in the shopping malls, we know that everybody's gonna be in there. So we target where there are gatherings to then begin to educate and of course create some awareness together with the CBOs and NGOs and a number of privately funded institutions that we then beginning to deal with. The churches, we have also approached the churches because from this point of, from this festive analysis, we have identified that most of the faith-based organizations play a critical role. We might mention that we know that in the KZN area, the Shembe Church is also going to be very active. In Limpopo, we are going to have the ZCC being very, very active. In the Eastern Cape, we are going to also have the St. John Apostolic Faith Missions also playing a critical role. In Gauteng, you have the Mudise and all these other faith-based organizations. So we have also approached them to therefore play a critical role with their membership as to what it's happening. So even like we then saying that the Mutsipa Foundation is convening this church on Sunday, we have particularly interacted with them that pivotal to the prayer session and their program should be the issue of the festive season, discouraging their members from drinking and driving, ensuring that they're dealing with the road very responsibly. We are now, as we prepare for that event, we are now currently sitting at about a confirmation of about 60,000 plus members of churches that are going to gather in that institution over the fest. So it's important for us to play a critical role in terms of those areas. We also are focusing in terms of the entities because the Deputy Minister has eloquently dealt with this matter. So charity begins at home. Within the department entities, all entities have come together to play the critical role, be it in the terms of the cross-border activities. There are a number of activities that are going to get into the RTIA, RAF. We are also ensuring that we lead from the front. Sandral will also be playing critical role in terms of the monitoring of this movement within these critical roads and as well as the road safety activities. For the first time, we're putting the road safety inspectorate, or call it the law enforcement inspectorate, which will also be deployed from all the provinces. We're also then having the champions in terms of the chairpersons of the corridors that are also going to be meeting on daily basis to evaluate, monitor, and begin to strategically amend when necessary, informed by the empirical evidence of the traffic, of the transport movement. Chairperson, we have a Bible of the activities. We did not board the portfolio committee, but if the portfolio committee deems it prudent, there is a Bible of 340 pages or 600 pages that then begins to give each and every activity that is going to be taking place in each and every province. And we will invite the members of the portfolio committee, if they are so interested, to also play their oversight in monitoring this process so that there is joint partnership in relation to this. Thank you, Chairperson.
DM? Chair? Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the chairperson of the board and the CEO. Chair, we are in your hands. Suffice it to say that this is also a clarion call on our part for collaboration with Parliament itself to participate and engage with the public. I think what we must not lose sight of is drumming into the national psyche the realities of road fatalities. We are losing 12,000 lives on our roads at a cost of almost 190 billion rands to the economy. And of course, the ripple effect of that is huge. We have to repair road infrastructure because of accidents. We have to then deal with the post-trauma for families, the impact on individuals, particularly victims. And in another dimension, Chair, if you reduce road fatalities, you begin resolving the RAF problems insofar as its finances are concerned. So it is of critical importance that we pay a particular focus on this. And then, Chair, I know that we started late. This is not addressing that particular aspect about time. We are also a country which has got a fundamental problem of time management. And then we want to cover the time losses by reckless and irresponsible driving on the roads to cover that I'm late. And so at some point we need to have that discussion, and my philosophy is that you rather be late for your next appointment than be early for heaven. And in the worst case scenario, be early for hell, if it so happens that your life warrants that you get there. So, and these are part of the issues we are looking at, that the time discipline of the country, Chair, is important, that people want to then speed because they are late, and then they inconvenience other drivers who would have taken the time to actually, be on time. And then finally, Chair, is that of course there is a focus on the public transport, particularly the taxi industry and the bus industry, to make it a point that there's collaboration, and the RTMC and the department have been engaging with them as part of this ongoing exercise of stakeholder engagement. So thank you, Chair. We are in your hands and the honorable members. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, the Honorable the Deputy Minister, the Chair of RTMC, the CEO, and the entire team for indeed a well-reimagined packaged document. I think it's quite inspiring that you are pulling all your troops to save the lives of South Africans, not only in the interest of your work plans and of your workplace agreements, but in the interests of the country and advancing protecting the lives of our people, not only those within our boundaries, but also those who are also going out of our boundaries. So I think it's a well reimagined, if I'm to borrow from your vocab, document. But I'm going to allow honorable members to engage with the presentation and ask questions so that we can then move to the next stage that you are requesting that we must note. You touched on an important point, TM, that we must look into how we then amplify as parliamentarians in support of this particular plan. Because it's true that road safety is not a departmental issue, it's a societal issue, as you correctly say. So we might have to find a way, even ourselves, on how do we come on board and assist in articulating that particular message, so that we move towards a zero accidents on our road during this festive, so that we meet the objectives that we would have set and the targets that we would have set. But allow me to allow members to come in. Yeah, indeed, this is a societal issue. I see all of you. Honorable Angsinger, Doctor, you'll come in. Honorable Ngompani, you'll come in. Ghana, you'll come. Then it will be Van Staden, then Blose, Mabena, then Malamaja will close. In that order, the Doctor.
Thank you, Chairperson, and acknowledgement to our Deputy Minister, particularly Deputy Minister also for raising the important issues around time management, which I believe every one of us, even in this committee, can learn from. Thank you for the presentation, particularly from Advocate Msibi. And in a lighter note, Advocate, all that remains is to please hear when and where the roadblocks will be. And I'm starting with that with a particular purpose, not just to make a joke, but you know, our festive season plans in the past have mainly featured roadblocks and nothing else. And I must congratulate you on this plan, which debatably might be the most comprehensive festive season plan that we've ever seen. To me, it represented the needed collaboration the needed cooperation, the needed involvement, and that everything was based on data. You will recall from experience over the past 11 years with my presence in this committee that I've always asked questions around data. I still have questions because there are still gaps in our data collection, because it is important to base any strategic plan on evidence, particularly where it involves any effort to manage human behavior, as with a festive season road safety plan. So congratulations with this plan. I also appreciate the fact that apart from the strategic plan and the tactical operational detail inside this, that there's a lot of anticipation where a lot of and high concentrations of people are expected, like with church gatherings and other concentrations, and that we plan for that. Also with the involvement of RTIA and SANRAL, both of them can play a big role. But I think the big game changer this time will be the 24/7 element, which has always been a shortfall in that we just we didn't have the volumes of staff to deploy when it really could make a change. So I think the 24/7 breakthrough is something. So all that remains from my side, Chairperson, is to wish you success, Advocate Msibi, with this plan, to congratulate the staff for putting this together, and please convey our best wishes to all staff, law enforcement, emergency and support staff, for the many hours that lie ahead in trying to make South Africa a safer place, and to also boast about the achievements that we can make in managing a situation which is in the red, but to manage it in the green. So congratulations and best wishes to all staff, and also to you personally, for a good festive season. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Ngomba.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning to you and the meeting. DM and his team, I would like to know, why is the report on MTRC not on a departmental letterhead or logo? So as if now it's an outside or overseas report. Then, Chair, the department is about to launch a road safety campaign. Has the awareness campaign assisted in reducing the road accident fatalities, since the department and its entities have introduced a stringent enforcement on safety on the public roads, so that we don't take it for granted? Is there any recognizable difference? Then lastly, Chair, now looking at the road safety plan presented, and also listening to what the DM has presented, with also my concerns that are mostly covered by the statements, I would propose that the chairperson on our behalf issues a media statement to pronounce on road safety as a public and societal matter, covering issues, of course, of pre-festive, during festive, and post-festive, that we need better driving behaviors. Also, calling on pedestrians and events managers, the venue of the event itself, talks a lot to the road safety. And also gatherings and events like that, the one that you may not even think of, the school closure and the announcement of results. You will see that there's a hype there, lot of drinking, this and that on the roads. And, you know, you also find youth without driver's licenses, find them on the road. So they should also be our target as we implement the road safety plan. Also the role of parents, Chair, those home parties and gigs that would be held from time to time, celebrating birthdays and the results themselves. Also catering for the weather warnings that are pronounced from time to time that mostly affect those areas, particularly the rural areas with low-lying bridges. When people are under the influence of something, they don't heed the dangers that they are faced with, flooding, the low-lying bridges, and find that those bridges are covered and in floods. But a person that is under the influence will say, my car is going to, cannot be beaten by these waters, I can go through, only to find that is exposing himself, herself, and the other passengers in danger that will perhaps culminate into deaths. Also, well, even if it's outside the committee, but the chair also needs to lobby the chief whip to call on all parties that are here in Parliament to join hands in their constituencies on oversight on road activities. So I think, Chair, by doing that, we'll be ensuring that road safety is everyone's business. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ghana.
Thank you very much, sir. And thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the plan. Just to say on a light note, light but serious. In a democracy, the government is the legitimate leader of society. The government is the legitimate leader of society, because sometimes we might be speaking of society as this leaderless. We know there are others who say, no, we are the leader of society. Then we need to get them to lead society, and it's us who must lead society. So, Chair, there's no doubt that we have a challenge in terms of the general alcohol as it relates to road fatalities. And I will say that what I did not see, CEO, is that also the cold drinks, because that contribute, by the way, on a serious. You know what the number of traffic officers that as a result of asking for cold drink allow drunk drivers to continue driving, allow unroadworthy vehicles to continue on the roads for a cold drink. So as we discourage alcohol, we also must speak as loudly to discourage cold drink. That this festive season, no motorist must buy cold drink. And when there's a request for cold drink, because it's hot, I say, me and the chair from Limpopo, it's hot. So maybe it might sound like the request for cold drink is legitimate, but we know why there is a request for cold drink. So, Chair, R71, so we know where the problem starts. We know where the problem starts, because it starts there by nobody. That's where it starts. And it ends before Moria. What is common there is the number of liquor outlets in that stretch of the road. From the circle. The number of liquor outlets along the main roads. Even if you go to R61, you'll see the commonality there. I think one of the things that we have to look at working, and I like that you want to work with the liquor industry, is to target the liquor outlets. So it's one thing to talk of we are going to meet industry players, but then is to say, all right, Limpopo, along the R71, along the R36, which are the liquor outlets that are operating there? Is there a way that as part of, because sometimes, you know, and speaking as someone from Limpopo, who know the liquor outlets along the R71, the R36, because that's the place that I occupy. So you'll have people who want to come and do awareness for pedestrians, because that's where we are losing most pedestrians. That stretch of the road, it's not motorists themselves, but it's more pedestrian. So people want to go and do awareness at 10 o'clock in the morning. And they will tick the box to say, no, we have done an awareness, it's 10 o'clock in the morning. So when we get the report, it says that we have done the awareness, but at the point that at the time that you are doing the awareness, there's no one drinking, because people are still sleeping. We should then also look at the times of the awareness. You know, late afternoons, better around that space, and might very well needs, because you know one characteristic about that R71, and I'm not surprised that it's number one, is that the public, the lighting on that stretch of the road is quite poor. So understandably, the houses or the business are a few meters from the road itself, that maybe when people have consumed, they are not aware that they haven't reached the road yet. And that particular lighting situation needs to be looked at. And I'm happy in terms of, I say that the N1 you'll be deploying the National Traffic Police. It's critical, managing both the fatigue, drink and driving on that, because that's the other contributor. That, you know, people, as a result of the traffic, you know, the N1 now, there are a lot of cars. Now people don't rest. They don't rest, they continue, because to the point that the DM is raising, you want to get home. Now, you get onto the toll gate, the queue is long. Ordinarily, you should be resting after, but there's no resting because you are trying to get home. Fatigue, it's one of the contributing. As a last input, Chair, we must not want to create plans for the society we wished existed. These plans must speak to the society that exists. So one of the things that we have to accept as we go into the festive season is that when people stop, they get onto social media. So what do we then do? Is to make sure that we target those social medias for awareness, adverts. That's where we need to run adverts, including the betting sites. I think later on I'll speak on betting when we are in the house. Because everyone is on their phone. If you go to the villages, everyone is on their phone, their own Betway, Hollywoods, and so forth. So what we need to consider, it's some kind of a partnership with the betting sites, so that we go, or whoever you get as an agent for what you call for your social media campaign, to also target those specific sites, because people are there, you know, like we must not go where people are not in, because it's a particular time. The time that we are in, people are on their phones. So if you want a message, you must send it on their phone, because that's where people are consuming the information. You will find, for instance, the campaigns on TV are no longer yielding as much insofar as people watching, because people are not watching TV as they used to. They're still listening to radio. Yes, we continue with radio, but let's target the social media and be relentless. So if you are on Twitter DM, you see 3-4 posts, then you must see Arrive Alive, road safety. You scroll up 3 posts, you must see that, until you get exhausted. We must never get tired of pushing the message of safety, and might very well be that if we can maybe nudge the liquor industry to also purchase reflector vests for their patrons, especially those that are closer to the main roads like R71, R36, R61, and many other roads of the same profile. It might help us save a bit more life. And let's be visible. As much as we can, let's be visible, and less cold drink. By all means, less cold drink. And we must encourage the traffic officers that please, just for this December, no cold drink. Not that we will ever ask again. After that, I know you'll have lost your taste for sweet things. So let's start it now with a proper culture.
How can some sake? Van Staden?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. I've just got one question, and it's regarding the prosecuting of road offenders. To deal with them on a swiftly basis, will there be any state prosecutors or magistrates on site to deal with these offenders in a swift manner? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Bloss.
No, thanks, Chair. Welcome to the team. Welcome the presentation by the CEO. Greetings to DM and the entire team. Maybe, Chair, just to start where Honorable Ghana would have ended. I think it's noticeable that the young drivers on the road are the most reckless ones. So maybe as to amplify the report, or to amplify the program, the road safety program, and in line with what the Deputy Minister was saying, that most of the people now, even when they're driving in traffic, they're on their phones. We might need to have a targeted approach to get these influencers on your TikTok, Facebook, and Twitter, and utilize them to send out the road safety message. So all these people that they are watching on their phones, we use them to then try and send that message. So I don't know at a communication strategic level, how then we can the entity then look into trying to have that approach, just so as to send out the message. Just as you were saying, you are going to target church-based gatherings and all of that. So, because our problems come mainly from young people, so let's get other young people who are going to conscientize them, and I think they will receive the message better if it's coming from their peers. But that was just at that level to say, how do we amplify the awareness? I have a problem, CEO, with your office personnel who tend to hide on our roads, hiding behind trees with these cameras, and this would also give leeway to the cold drinks. Because I would know that according to, I don't know what you would call it, but the rating of these speeds when someone is caught on the road. If someone is caught driving over 160, if I'm making an example, it says there it's a straight arrest. And now this officer is hiding behind a tree, waiting for someone to drive at 160. He catches him. They have a discussion behind a tree. He gets a cold drink, and this guy proceeds. 100 kilometers down the line, same guy creates a fatal accident, something that could have been avoided. And I think police visibility, it's an opinion, I think it's more effective than this program of hiding behind trees. I think our deployment should be tailored that let our police officers be visible on the roads. They must get out of the streets. They must be visible on the roads. Maybe even these cameras, they can plug them on the back of their roads somehow, and then we must have a creative way to monitor the speeds of the cars. But I think that even the drivers, when they see police officers on the road visible, they tend to behave more, rather than just knowing that there are police under the... And now you know what the drivers do. So if I'm driving on the N2 or on the entry from Durban to Johannesburg, and then I go past a tree and then I see there are police. So as I'm driving, they flick lights to one another to say, hey chief, you know, they inform each other, road users, they do that. And then once they go past that section where the police are hiding, then they know for the next another 100 Ks, there won't be any traffic cop on site. So we might need to increase visibility and ensure that our traffic officers are on the road visible. Including now, I want to make a point, including roadblocks. I do believe that roadblocks are effective, especially when you are going to have this targeted approach where you are targeting gatherings. I mean, there's something coming up in FNB now with Chris Brown coming to FNB. You are going to have over 200,000 people then in a period of 2 days. So you can guarantee that if there is no targeted approach to ensure road safety and everything else there, you are going to have problems, because people are going to go there, they'll be drinking, they'll come out drunk, others will go in there drunk, there's going to be issues. And if you are going to have that movement of close to 200,000 people in just a space of 2 days, you can imagine the traffic, the chaos, and what was DM was saying, that people are very impatient. You know, others are going to be late, they get there, they're late, they see traffic, they want to be creative and drive on the wrong side of the road. So we out to zoom in to those areas. Maybe as another point, Chair, when you are going to target these taverns and hotspots in these townships, I don't know how we can have a multidisciplinary approach with SAPs, because some data should tell us that most of the accidents also come at certain hours, especially in the festive seasons, when taverns are closing, when people need to go home and all of that. So I think the South African Police Service needs to assist us in that regard as well, to say, are the taverns that are operational compliant firstly? Because you'll find taverns that are operating even in wrong places. There are time of closures, so that we know that when they need to close, your people also are there, and we don't hide. So they must know that at that exit and that exit, there are police, there's a roadblock there. They are going to be, so if someone is drunk and they need to drive, they rather sleep at the tavern if they don't want to get arrested. And we must be very hard in arresting these guys. And I think there was a slide that was talking about monitoring on a daily basis. I think we also need to communicate during the festive season to say, today so many people have been arrested, so many people have been fined, so that even those who are still looking to go to these events and get drunk, they know that we are frowning upon drunk driving and all of that. And then maybe, Chair, as a last point, I don't know if we can put in limits for trucks on our road in this festive season, just for the festive, to try and protect our communities and our road users. Because again, with Transnet's Deputy Minister, while you're trying to get it on board, you know that the impact that has on our roads in terms of trucks, especially you mentioned the N2 in Richards Bay and all of that. Are we not able to have something for this festive to say maybe between the 10th of December till the 15th of January, trucks on the road are limited between this time? Between 8 p.m. and 4 a.m. in the morning, no trucks must be on the road. Something like that, so that we know that those hotspots, because at Festive, the hot spots for deaths and road accidents are at night. So we need to get out truck drivers on the road, because even them, they are the ones who have a problem with the fatigue. Those people don't rest. They can drive for 3 days on the road because they're pushing targets and all of those things. So are we unable, just for this festive season, so that we see a decrease in road accidents and road facilities, to just limit truck drivers on our roads? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Blose. Mabena?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Si lochise itimba loke le RTMC elitosa phambili nguNdlondlo uMabuya no Chairperson we RTMC, including all the colleagues. Chair, I might be leaving at 10 minutes before 1 for another engagement. Sincere apologies for that. I should have mentioned it earlier. Thanks. I think in the presentation, in the tactical approach, the CEO mentioned that they are obviously pushing for 24/7 deployments, which this will include weekends and public holidays. Are these limited to the 826 RTMC traffic officials only, or do these include, because my understanding is that the full complement of traffic officials in the country is 23,000, with 75% of them being in municipalities or being in the metros and municipalities. And then the rest obviously will be the provinces and also including the 826 of the RTMC. My understanding is that we also had to get a public service and administration approval for us to do the 24/7 deployment. Now, if that has been done for the 826 for RTMC, my understanding is that we don't need a public service and administration. I don't want to use the word consent, but I think approval for them to work overtime in a way. Have this been done for provinces as well? And if this has been done for provinces, is there any province that has not? Because I saw in your report, you had engaged with all the HODs nationally, but KZN is the one that had not submitted data in as far as that was concerned. Have they also not, or let me rephrase, is there a province that has not applied for approval for that? And then you've engaged with the HODs of provinces, have you engaged with the metros as well for that 24/7 deployment as well? And then the other issue, I think we welcome the fact that you've invited the provinces to be at the RTMC Operations Center. I think that will help. And then the other, you've listed Moloto Road R573 as the second most notorious road according to your report. And however, in the same report, on slide 12, you are only considering only the exit and the entries to Gauteng as far as the Mpumalanga deployment is concerned, because you are only deploying Belfast to Mbombela. I think we are only covering 125 kilometers, and then Mbombela to Libombo, we are covering 109 kilometers. But in the earlier slide, you had mentioned that you'll have a post at the Wamhlanga police station, at the SAPS, they on the R573. But then now, the question is, in terms of the 24/7 deployment, where are the other, where is the full complement of R573 being covered apart from that? Because here it was not mentioned, it only mentioned the, you've mentioned, okay, on the Mpumalanga component, you've mentioned Belfast, Mbombela, Lebombo. Now, you've mentioned that you're going to collaborate with traditional leadership for awareness campaigns. Where is that plan for Muloto Road R573, particularly Wamhlanga and that road stretch? Because I can tell you, we have not received anything as far as that is concerned. And if there is, maybe you can assist us in terms of that. The entry in Gauteng is notorious not only just for accidents, but for thuggery and robbery. I think we're a minister here whom was stopped there and they took a few things from her, which we condemned at the time. But in terms of the deployments, looking at specifically this component of thuggery and robbery along the entry road stretch, because I think the focus of the presentation is much more on fatalities, accidents, and all of that. Has that been taken into account? Obviously, with Festive, there is always going to be an increase in traffic volumes on our road. I was also glad to hear the DM speaking about data-driven decision-making in terms of that. But I want to maybe stretch it a bit further and maybe ask in terms of artificial intelligence. I think in the previous meeting I had mentioned UJ as one of the leading institutions in terms of artificial intelligence. But then how are we using artificial intelligence in terms of assisting with real-time traffic management? Because what that can help us with, for instance, I know maybe this is a bit of a stretch, but we can have, for instance, smart traffic signals, where in order for us to manage the free flow of traffic, where we make sure that traffic lights can adjust timings based on real-time traffic conditions, and also ensuring that we can reduce, congestion and accident risks. But also, we can also get, I think Honorable Chris spoke about the limitation in terms of data. We can use artificial intelligence to get data in terms of, we can process data from cameras and sensors and also detect and address unsafe driving behaviors, speeding, illegal lane changes as far as that is concerned. But the point I'm trying to labor on here is artificial intelligence. When are we getting to that point? Because yes, we're going to come back in February, I think it's the 24th, you're going to give us the statistics in terms of the road safety, fatalities and whatnot for this previous year. But that data for me is too human intensive. The human intervention is too high. I want to get to a situation where it's artificial intelligence, where it's almost real time, that we can even generate those reports in real time. That will assist us to again make better decisions in future. Now, there's also another phenomenon on our roads that maybe I think there's going to be a lot of cars which are overloaded, going to Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and all of those things. Now, here is what happens with those cars. There are regulations that whatever you have must not exceed a certain height of a car. Those people are going to be stopped, and like a fine is going to be issued, or a cold drink is going to be issued, and then they are going to be let go to go continue on their trip. Now, what happens is that those people, when they plan, they budget for that in terms of, so if a quantum takes about 15 people and it's 4,000 rands to go there, in that 4,000 rands per person, they take into account that they're going to be paying money throughout the road in South Africa, because for every time that they have been stopped, after they are stopped, the only intervention from law enforcement is to issue a fine, not impounding. And then also, we've got a situation where we've got way bridges for trucks. Why can't we get to a level where we also do weighing for all of these cars? And if we find that you have exceeded a certain limitation, you can't continue with your trip. We must stop you right then and there, because if that car gets into an accident, it's a serious issue on the roads. And then any collaboration with VW, Volkswagen, because you know, I own a Polo as well, but I'm not a reckless driver. But those people are regarded mainly as young people that are very excited, have gotten, you know, they've just gotten out of university, they've bought, you know, first car which is fuel efficient and it's very nice, attracts a lot of attention, you can make it look very nice. Mine looks very nice, by the way. But I think there is a perception around Polo drivers that were not the most considerate of people on the roads, and we believe that our cars are supercars, even though they are not. The last issue, Ndlondo, is the issue of the FNB prayer session. I'm glad that this is in collaboration with Muzipa Foundation. A few years ago, there was a prayer session which was done and it was hosted on a road. They closed, I think it was 4 lanes. That prayer session took millions of rands out of the fiscus. And I remember I asked the question, I think it was during Minister Mbalula's time. It was Chikunga's time. I asked that question in the committee. And I can safely say we never got the proper response as far as that is concerned. But millions of rands were spent on that. They closed, and it was next to a macro. They closed the 4 lanes there. I think they spent less than, 3 if not 4 hours. Millions of rands gone. Now, I'm glad that this one is in collaboration with the Municipal Foundation, because they've got deep pockets. They don't have problems of money, unlike our fiscals. Now, can't we extend that maybe they collaborate with us not only for the prayer session, but for other road safety campaign, Arrive Alive campaigns, so that we can leverage the resources that they do have in terms of that, so that we can be beneficiaries of that at a broader level. Maybe it's a conversation that maybe you might have when you do a post-mortem for the prayer session at FNB. And I believe in Rondo, you are facilitating the attendance of the committee to that prayer session at FNB, unless if I'm mistaken, maybe you can assist there. Thanks.
Yeah, I like your advocacy. Thanks very much, Honorable Malmajo.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. Let me also follow suit and welcome the presentation. Indeed, it's a very lively up presentation that has intention to save lives. It's just there are 2 things that one need to just say. We are happy that you touched base with all the stakeholders, that include your liquor association. But talking to us, we will want to know what was their take when you are with them, and how are they going to assist here? Because sometimes you meet, then you meet and greet, but they're not committing anything to assist, so it will be as good as that wouldn't have happened. The issue of the buses, you are talking to us that you visited many depots, and you are convinced that rightful buses, roadways speaking, will be those that will be on roads, and we are very happy with that. Chair, I think the issue when we talk of this road, we must not treat this department as if it's a classic road. A classic department. This is one of the departments that deals with life of ordinary citizens. So when we speak, we must speak to the reality of what is on the ground. RMT, talk to us and say, here is a buggy that can leave Cape Town and even arrive Messina with a load more than itself. With a load more than itself. And this bug keeps continuing. Mabena wanted to touch it. He touched it to certain point. I'm saying from the point where Mabena ended, this bug is seen is in all the media platform, but is busy traveling, going that side. At what point do you take that body out of the road? And what is it that can be done if maybe people who are supposed to deal with them, they can't see it? Do we have a hotline of some sort that is possible because they are under the trees, they can't see it, but because we can see it, can we phone this number and say, Gie bagie la yabuma amalaisha? The danger of this bug is not only on the roads alone, it's what is carrying. Of lately, these things, they are carrying even another car in the very same bag, stolen car for that matter. And it's using where we are saying we've got people who are there 24 hours. The other issue will be the NTP are based in Gauteng, that is in Pretoria. Why are they not deployed permanently in all the provinces to add on a permanent basis? This will assist if you want to talk to your R721. They are here in Pretoria, there, everything goes there, lot of accidents happen far away from where they are. So this would reduce the cost and the overheads of the RMTs. But the other thing is, if this campaign you are to carry it successfully so, have you involved your other sister department? That will include those, if you are to say, let's get a fence in Mangweni from point 1 to point B. We fence, we put this barbed wire of some sort for this time, 1 in 3, both sides. You know that you are able to control the crowd. Because if we don't do that, people will think that we enjoy come January to check how far have we gone into of the states. They will think we enjoy the state. No, we want to prevent DM. That this year, let it be a different year, where R71, there was no casualty of some sort. But if we don't go that route, all of us will agree that there is liquor, just a house after another is a liquor store. They will just play with names. If it's not a Shebeen, ke sports or a sports or liquor store, and these people, when they are drunk, their only way out is through the R71. So I'm saying the issue of fencing that area, if serious with the campaign, can also assist. But I'm saying the very same fashion can be taken to other roads, as colleagues were mentioning, as from where they are coming from. So if we go that route, I think is fine. Then the issue of statement, Honorable Chair, is important. And what I liked is when one colleague was saying, nothing stops us to be on a media, saying that yesterday we arrested 17, and they will only be out Monday. We are talking on Thursday. Then you do that. You are sending fear to the wrongdoers. Then it will assist. I'm saying the objective of the whole campaign must be to ensure that come January, we say we got 0. It must not be say at least we have lost 11 million. 11,000, as if that is life. That is too many to bear. Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity.
No, thanks very much. I think we've compensated for the lost time by the chair in terms of the discussions. But DM, chairperson of the board and the management led by the CEO, one thing first, even before I make my deliberations. On your slide 7, you showed the provinces that there's problem, and Northwest is one of those provinces. But on your slide 8, in terms of deployment, I don't see Northwest. You may want to speak to that maybe before we get to that. Related to that is the question raised by Honorable Mabena, where he says, you have depicted all the provinces that committed, and KZN was one of those provinces that did not commit. What is the situation at this particular point? are we then able to say they will be able to have 24-hour in the province of KZN, more so that it is about 2 or 3 roads that are very problematic, that may require that type of deployment and attention. So if you could even speak to that before we get into what I would want to say as my way forward. Let me allow you to input there, and then I'll then come later.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. I'm going to ask RTMC to answer on the technical questions. And I'm sure that some of the issues the chair of the board will want to speak to. But Chair, let me go to why is this an RTMC presentation? The RTMC is an entity of the department. And above and beyond, in its shareholder representation, it is inclusive of provinces. And the RTMC has got the necessary skills, knowledge, and expertise to assist us drive this process. And the minister has directed that the RTMC lead in this process in ensuring that from an expertise and practicality point of view, we are able to consolidate this plan. 2, the RTMC obviously, in the course of its work as an entity of the department, the roads branch of the department is in continuous engagement with the RTMC, and the DDG is here. When we convened the meetings of the RTMC, they are reporting on behalf of the provinces as well. So for us, there's no disjuncture between the two, because the RTMC, as I'm saying, is an entity within the department. So I hope that clarifies that, and that's why we are here as the department and the ministry, because this is work that we are doing together. 2, Chair, yes, there has been an outcome which may, as marginal as it is, but a 4.4 decrease from the previous year to the last year, insofar as the reduction is concerned. But our premise is that we want 0 deaths. That's the premise. But we also then need to look at the outer reality, which is what is the current worst case scenario, and move from there to eat back at it. 3, Chair, this is a work in progress. That's the hard truth. That's the sad truth. In that we must confront the reality that our roads are fatality prone. What do you do as an intervention to deal with that? And this is what this plan is seeking to do, to move the needle from the worst case scenario to the desired reality, which is 0 deaths. And I think the slide on the Edward project speaks to that: every day without a road death. So that is where we are here. We are certainly not, whilst we've got targets to say let's reduce, we are not saying that any life lost is good. So we are certainly cognizant of that. The Chair, yes, there are going to be gaps. As I'm saying, in the initial input, I indicated that we are going to be reviewing the National Road Safety Strategy. So a lot of the issues that colleagues have raised, I believe, are going to guide us further in that review. But it was a very clear outlook on our part that more had to be done during this period. And I think the experiences that we're going to draw out of the reimagined and heightened festive season program is going to inform the work that we are going to be doing in that review. You know, this thing of apps, Chair, it's got pros and cons. There's an app here called Waze, right? On Waze, you can plot a roadblock, and other users of the app can then be able to divert themselves away from that roadblock. So it's counterproductive. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, it borders on illegality. Because it is a contributing factor to people diverting away from consequence management for their actions. So whilst the outlook may be to say it helps you deal with congestions on the road, but the fact that you can be able to plot a camera on that app, to plot a roadblock on that app, which is equivalent to what is being raised about the flicking of lights. So those are all the things that we have to look at. Then, Chair, I just want to say we are obviously not going to divulge to the granular detail the plans, because then we will be doing what I'm trying to guard against, which is we will be in official ways of some sort here. But Chair, I must hasten to say the question around prosecutions, if that were to be put to me, I would say no. Why must we have expedited prosecutions for people doing wrong things on the road? They must stay there. It's not a crime of a special type. It's in fact a waste of resources. We could rather be expediting other cases. So these wrongdoers must remain behind bars and take the next available opportunity to appear before a court of law. And then, Chair, let me then also indicate that, yes, the issues around basic education are receiving attention, Chairperson. We've met with the Minister of Basic Education because, amongst others, what the general review of the road strategy will reveal towards is that you have got 200 days of heightened traffic on our roads because of the education ecosystem every year, particularly during the peak times in the morning and the afternoon when you are taking children to school and taking children from school. You all know what it's like when schools are open. You spend more time on the roads, and when schools are closed, sort of in the mornings, there's a greater flexibility. But it's also then linked to the scholar transport issue, which I'm sure we're still going to come back to the portfolio committee to report on. And the details in that will be clear. But at the same time, holidays are linked to education as well, because then families and so on travel. What I have asked the Minister of Basic Education to consider very strongly is inculcating road safety education in the life orientation curriculum as part and parcel of broadening the scope, because it's an organized community of learners and students who are going to be exposed to the issues that we are raising around road safety. So it's not just what happens on the roads, but the conscientization we need to create in the classroom for enable not just learners, but also in their continued adult life about what they do. So that will be ventilated there. And then finally, Chair, on my part, and then I can always come back if there's anything required of us. Chair, when a driver flicks a light on the road, that's not us. That's a citizenry irresponsibility. So that's why heightened messaging must be done. The issue of cold drink, amongst other things, there's been a review of the curriculum of law enforcement officers from NQ4 to NQ6, so that it's not just a quick win training. They are exposed also to the ethical realities which characterize their work as a law enforcement officer, that they don't do that. Obviously, a higher NQ level will, amongst others, increase remuneration for an individual as a deterrent from, but it must be understood that this is corruption which is citizenry based, without absolving the law enforcement officers who are recipients of those cold drinks. So this is the honest conversation we need to have. When I pay a cold drink, when I flick my lights on the road, when I plot on an app to tell people and so on. I am, as a citizen, contributing. So we must have the honest conversations as part of the awareness to say, let's not do these things because they are bad. But Chair, the technological issues that colleagues are speaking to will form part and parcel of the work we need to do. We need to arrive at a point of body cameras for law enforcement officers. The RTMC has got a project right now that they've rolled out of digitizing testing centers for roadworthiness as part of building in technological capabilities. I would imagine moving forward is to ensure that a camera is linked to a server somewhere in order for us to say, why didn't you stop that car as a traffic officer when it came past your area of deployment, so that it's not just people. So the technological thinking is there. But what I'm asking for, Chair, is that I get the sentiment of the committee, it's correct. And some of these issues may not necessarily find expression in what we are presenting today. But what we are seeking to do is say, in this period we must do more, and then draw experiences for the continued road safety agenda, and then build on some of the issues, if not all, that colleagues have actually raised. So, Chair, I'll hand over to the RTMC, and the DDG of Roads is also here on some of the policy matters that colleagues may have raised. Madam Chair.
Thanks, Msaza. Chairperson.
Yes, thank you very much, DM and Chairperson. Very interesting questions were raised, and most of them are important. And it goes back to what we said earlier, the issue of collaboration with the stakeholders. Like, for instance, there was an issue about liquor outlets. We cannot do that alone. We need to work with the liquor boards because they have power over these liquor outlets. But working together, we'll be able to succeed. And I know maybe CEO will speak about that, the issue of body cams. I think at some point when we start implementing, it will assist in reducing the cold drink issues. We are trying our best on our side, and some of the things affect our efforts negatively, but we'll continue trying. And I will hand over to the CEO to respond to questions.
Thank you, DM Chairperson. Chairperson, let me start with the questions that the Chair has raised, particularly slide 7 and 8. If you look in terms of the deployment in Northwest, Northwest is number 13 and number 19. But on the bigger document, I think particularly it should be in page 54 and 55, it shows the deployment in Northwest, particularly in Potchefstroom, as well as in, it's in Potch and Klerksdorp, which are the major issues in on N17 and N12. So, but the limitation why it came in there, you'll then find out that the deployment ends at about 11. That's why the engagement with Northwest, we're still pursuing them to deploy beyond 11 o'clock, up to 4 o'clock. So the consultations with the labor movement have not been concluded yet, and we are assisting them to conclude that so that we have a holistic approach. The same with Northern Cape. It was the issue which the honorable member has also asked about KZN, some of the areas, the engagement with the HOD that has not fully got that issue. Why the KZN? You will then see there's an area called Kamsane. It's along the Melmoth area. It's not, and that it has the highest of them all. So we're still negotiating on that. So the hotline we do have, it's 0861 400 800. 0861 400 800. That's the hotline that it's in. within the public space for reporting of some of these issues that we then intervene. But the question that has been asked in terms of the overloading, we have alluded in our presentation that the lack of the impoundment facility then necessitate these issues of our law enforcers allowing people to proceed. For instance, when you have people that are coming from Zimbabwe and throughout, we had a test case that even took us to court on an emergent basis because we need to impound the bus. It's unroadworthy. So what do you do when you impound the bus? The passengers are stranded. So the court came to the point that as you impound that bus, you must then give accommodation to the passengers so that the passengers are not inconvenienced. So even where the facility is, there should be pollution, there should be all these other issues. So that's what they're taking advantage of. But we have approached Treasury to begin to approve that we have impoundment facilities that will then meet the standards so that we impound and ensure that your journey just ends at the point where you're roadworthy, it's unroadworthy, your vehicle is unroadworthy or it's overloaded. But what do we do parallel to that? We can't wait until there's an accident. We are now going to the points of origin. But remember, some of these vehicles don't live at the, say, for instance, Park Station or in Pretoria or in KZN. They live from various homes, private homes, because these people collect this luggage and they begin to move at night. It is on those bases that you realize on the N1 that between where R21 joins the N1, which used to be the spot where traffic officers are stopping, we have requested Sandrel to amend that place, and currently will not even see a traffic officer in that point. We're going back so that we then begin to deal with this overloading, where you'll have two options: to reduce the load and proceed. But N1 has become a problem, and we have collaborated with Western Cape as well as Free State, because there are vehicles that are leaving Western Cape until you get it in Joburg. So it cannot be that these people have then passed all these areas until that area completely overloaded. At some other point, with even passengers packed in between the goods. So Chair, the DM was correct. We cannot begin to divulge what we're now doing in terms with the subs. That's why any project that is with the NITES joint or Prof joint, we have not put in here because for security reasons, we are keeping them close, but there are operations. I can allude on the past that we have had. The issue of the intervention, there's an area that is very notorious in Tshwane, with Soshanguve and all those areas. We have been working tirelessly for the past 2 weeks, and in terms of the joint operations with the SAPs, particularly these roadblocks, we target them from 8 o'clock until 2 o'clock. It will be very interesting to know what we find out in those areas, even firearms that have been involved in murders and murdering police and all these other issues, but we don't disclose. Just Saturday, we came from one. They thought that we were going to have it on R80. We never had it on R80. We have it within the city area, but the same principles that we're applying, and it's yielding. And I know the question that was asked about the Limpopo. It's quite a problematic, because when you go towards TEF, at the circle there, it's common phenomenon that it's known that you can't pass that cycle until early hours of the morning in terms of the vehicles and the taverns. There are two notorious taverns at that point. I will not disclose what is currently underway for it, but also as you go to passing the area around Mount Queen and the number 1 Road R71. There are 3 villages that are very problematic in that area. As you go to Hamamabolo, that stretch of road, but there is another one that it's known in the area from the 23rd and the 27th. It's common that there is a festival, Hamatlala, and the police station has been closed. People drink as if there are fishes in that area. And even when you then deal with the law enforcement, you will find that if you look at the statistics, only 2 people have been arrested for drunken driving, but it's known in that area. The reason has been, you will then find the police station has been closed. So if you arrest, you have to go to Mankweng or go to the city to charge the person. So there is an intervention that it's happening. I'm not disclosing what is also happening, so that we then deal with these issues proactively and reduce these numbers that we're targeting to deal with. The issue of the overtime in the 24/7, DPSA always give us a leeway for provinces to exceed the 30% threshold of the overtime. And we apply for all provinces so as to access this overtime and go beyond the 30%. But the limitation is that you must use from your own provincial fund. And most of the provinces don't, even if you give them the latitude to exceed the 30%, they don't have that money. So it's also one of the limitations that we then have that you need to augment. But the final destination is for the HODs, because we normally put this at the doorstep of politicians, which is not the case. It is the HOD's responsibility to amend the working conditions of the traffic officers. Western Cape has done. We've won these cases. Mpumalanga is now following. We have assisted to table the memos to all provincial governments so that the cabinets, provincial co-excos approve this issue and force the HODs to amend these working conditions. I think the test case in the Western Cape has proven that the courts have given us 2 judgments in terms of those areas. So we are no longer having a problem. It's only the willingness of the HODs to then begin to implement the 24/7. Yes, the department is assisting, chaired by the DG, to collaborate with DPSA, only to ensure that at the collective bargaining chamber, we assist the provinces to ensure that there is no resistance with the labor formations. And one of the labor formations that have come to support, Pop Couriers, come out very strong to say they support the 24/7, that it should be implemented because they are very mindful of the debts. The Honorable Mapen, the issue in relation to the traditional leadership, I'm just going to validate in Moloto. That's why there is a station in terms of the provincial plan. You'll then realize that we station at Moloto police station, particularly for the pedestrians, and it's because of some limitation of the vehicles and some pool, so we congest in those areas, but there is deployment. But as to the engagement with the traditional leadership, we're just gonna get the letter that has gone to those, and in the engagement whether the chief and the king has been in those areas. And for the Sunday issue, we will also approach the Motsipe Foundation to extend the invitation to the members of the portfolio committee. This is we're going to be doing as we move out of here. The rest, I think, the chair, the deputy minister and the chair has dealt with, but I want to amplify it. The issue of we're going beyond. We have resuscitated the technical committee between DPP as well as Department of Justice, because we want to place back on the agenda the issue of the reclassification of the offenses, because it was before the table, the issue of reclassifying reckless and negligent driving as well as drunken driving to be applicable in terms of the Schedule 5 of the Criminal Procedure Act, because we have realized that anybody knows that I can drive at 220 being arrested, but I immediately am entitled to bail. When the ordinary offenses that are classified in terms of Schedule 5, you wait for 7 days. So that should be a deterrent that comes both for the reckless and negligent driving. We assisted by the department, but that team, that technical team has been resuscitated. I think the collapse of that technical team is simply because the senior public prosecutors were assigned very difficult cases, the likes of Advocate Chauke and all this. So we're resuscitating it now again to put it back to the leadership, both the minister and the deputy minister, to lead with the Department of Justice. That's the only way that we can even deal. And history and research has even shown us that even the other countries have even reclassified the spiking. I thought it's only in South Africa, but if you look in terms of in the world, spiking has become one of the criminal and focus point cases. So we want to follow that point. And the issue that relates to the liquor boards as well as the industry itself, we started with SAB and targeted the major issues that let's have a conversation, and you colleagues must then come on board in terms of the messaging, in terms of the funding of the road safety initiatives. And SAB has come voluntarily on board, and we're now taking other institutions because they have funded the .org.aware in terms of their partnership in relation to the road safety. Though it's not coming through the RTMC or the department, but they're in that space and we're collaborating with them. Same as the tourism industry has now come on board in terms of the stakeholders that we're dealing with. There is awareness, there is willingness, because we're not tampering with their businesses, but we are then saying take the responsibility that when their patrons have imbibed, then we don't allow them to drive. So that's the responsibility that we're only asking from you. There are alternatives. Taxi industry was willing to be on call in the event that people are going to drink and they be called to come and transport the would-be patrons. But at the very same time, are the events organizers, as the honorable member has said. That's where we had the shortfall, because everybody has now become an event manager. So that has been the gap which we believe post this festive season, we're going to have a discussion so that before the municipalities approve these events, there should be an undertaking in terms of the road safety and our collaboration in those matters. That will then ensure that they have taken cue and fact of ease. So the Chris Brown issue, we're also talking with the city to then say that if you look into this, critical to these events, it's liquor. I'm not a patron of these issues, but we have made it a point from November. We have been visiting a number of them to analyze what is happening. I fortunately even visited La Parada, because you see it on social media. So you follow what the social media says and see what then happens in terms of those issues. I might just say that for those other patrons, one day we'll meet in another way, but we support it too, but in the responsible way that we're working in terms of those of the matters. I think we have covered all the issues. The fraud and corruption. I'm cautious, DM and Chair, to say this, but let me put it in this way. The deployment this time has also the undercover. Maybe I must just say that. The deployment of the law enforcement has the undercover to even deal with those of our own, because they are of our own who are then involved in those issues. I think it's better for me to put it at that level. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I just, CEO, I think there was a question around the
Maybe before you come in, DM, I saw Tlabisa, so that,
Okay.
he must not speak after you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, DM and colleagues from RTMC. I think there was one question that was asked by, I think, Honorable Ghana with regards to the safety insofar as the street lighting is concerned. On the R71 in particular, I think, the sections of the R71. I am informed correctly so by the engineering section of Sandra, because this road, R71 as well as R81 are under the Sandra jurisdiction now. They've been handed over, they're under the asset register of Sandra. So they've just informed me now that no, there are plans among other roads similar to those insofar as the lighting and making it safer for everyone, the walking with the pedestrians as well as the traffic movement, so that they are easily visible, especially at night. So the non-toll portfolio or the budget there from that kind of an angle is going to be happening from 26-27 financial year, which is going to be installed during that time. I know that Ghana, I see his facial expression, Chair, meaning that is quite far, but that is the stretched kind of budgets that we are looking at Sandra. So I think let's place it on record that from 2026-27 financial years, that is where the street lighting of the R71 together with the R81 is going to be happening. So I just wanted to place that on record. Thank you.
Oh, thanks very much.
Chair, I'm reminded on the question of the timing on the trucks. In 2015, the minister was introducing the limitation in terms of the traveling of the trucks. There was a massive rejection from the business sector, which necessitated the re-engagement, because the proposal was that from 6 o'clock we should not have trucks until 6 in the morning. So the business sector has profoundly registered a setback and required that there should be engagement. I do believe that the department will once again resuscitate that.
Thanks very much for that intervention. Yeah, DM.
Thanks to CEO, the deployment of the NTP was that one aspect that I just wanted you to touch on because it was categorically put, and then Chair to indicate that on the 30% exemption on so far as overtime is concerned, in that last week that correspondence was dispatched to the DPSA, and we are quite confident of a favorable response as an enabler, limitations notwithstanding, to ensure that we are able to have the 24/7 visible policing. And then maybe Chair ask Honorable Mapena as a VW Polo driver to convene the VW Polo Drivers Association for us, and we can go and engage them. But Chair, on a serious note, obviously there is a problem far beyond just maybe polo drivers and perception. And that problem is the entertainment-heavy economy that South Africa has. And therefore, by consequence, is that pre and post these events, including but not limited to Amachama, who drive Ama VW Polos, is that there are behaviors and conducts which take place on our roads. So and I'm sure that, Chair, at some point when you engage the taxi industry, there is what they call ingezo, yamatekisi, where they seek to showcase pimped up quantums, amongst others, as a means to say that these vehicles can be taken care of and can be of a particular standard, but have responsible driving built into that component. So I think this is a discussion we need to have, but the fundamental issue is the pre and post activities of drivers when it comes to entertainment issues, and what the CEO has raised about making it a condition that these heavy events have a transportation plan or contingency for such will be important. But Chair, what I really don't want us to do is to be a nanny state. We must insist, Chairperson, we must, as part of the broader strategy, for driver responsibility and accountability. That has to be a non-negotiable, and the consequence management around that is where we need to focus on. And I think the ideas and issues that have been raised are important, because the polo issue, not just about driving, but it's also about the criminality linked to it. If you look at the high levels of hijackings of the polos, the theft of the lights and so on. So, Chair, I'm very clear about one thing, Uti. We are not the drivers. We are not the passengers. Ours is to create the conducive and enabling environment for drivers and passengers to be able to interact with law enforcement where there are challenges, and for us to ensure that there's an apportionment, correctly so, of responsibility and accountability of all road users on the spectrum and those who are contributing to the usage of our roads. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Theo. Briefly.
Thank you, Chair. There were two questions that remained: the issue of the of the 24/7 with the metros as well as the municipalities. We've engaged and consulted with all chiefs of the metropolis and the metros. They were part and parcel of these plans. The only limitation with the metros, save for the eThekwini metro, most of the metros, their deployment will end at about 1 when we have stressed, but there is a gap between 1 to 4. So, but we understand we're still persuading them, but where it's critical, they've undertaken that they will be available to deal with those. That talks to the stringent budgetary constraints that they have, but all metros are participating in terms of this process and rolling out the festive season plan. The artificial intelligence, we're still improving on these matters, but there's a huge limitation on the financial aspect of the RTMC, particularly even to deal with the issues of the body cams and all this, but that is what it's on progress and on board. The footprint of the provinces, and that's the question of the NTPs to be in the provinces to placate this matter. The shareholder, which is led by the minister and the deputy minister, has taken a decision that provinces should then collaborate with us in which we call piloting. So remember, in terms of the Road Traffic Act, as well as the Schedule 4 and 5, there is a concurrence function. We need then to have this collaboration with the provinces. So we're working with those provinces, but there are provinces that are beginning to lift their hands to then say, we're ready for this. We'll then start piloting to have the NTPs in those provinces. For now, it's on ad hoc basis, but the ultimate is going to be rolled into provinces. In the engagement, we have been supported by the labor formations that have said that it's a must that it happened in terms of the 24/7, and as part of the integration of the law enforcement, they want it happening. In fact, they are even going further to then say all the law enforcers should be under one command. So it's a longest debate that we're having, but we will then finally hand it over to the department once it's done. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks very much. I think colleagues have comprehensively answered the questions, and I think we must sum up as follows. One, DM and the chair of the board and the CEO of RTMC, DDGs from the department as the main shareholder, and everyone. One is that you would live here going back to your seat of government in Pretoria and to your head office, knowing that, if I'm to borrow from Dr. Hansinger, that you have presented here before us and before the people of South Africa, because this session is live. We are live. So, because of the nature of the presentation you are making today, it is interest of all the people of South Africa. So if I'm to borrow from what Dr. Hang Senga said, is that we have presented a comprehensive and best ever strategy since time immemorial. It is a best ever strategy because it is comprehensive. It touches all aspects, from law enforcement, your collaborations, to the liquor space, to buses, operators, taxi operators. You have tried to bring everyone on board to live up to what the DM would have said, that this thing is a societal issue. We all have to put our hands on deck to make sure that road safety is realized. So we are happy with that. We, as a committee, salute the interventions that you are making, that you are going to be deploying 24/7, and indeed, we must extend our gratitude to the troops that will be putting on the road, because they do that on the interest of our people, like I've earlier said. The issue relating to lighting on the roads that Honorable Ghana has earlier raised is a very important issue, because if you look in those roads that you have actually mentioned, all of them, what is peculiar in all of them, R37, R71, where there are high rate of passenger, killing of passengers, not passengers, killing of pedestrians, it is where these roads passes through settlements and the issues that they raise. When you go to R37, it will be as you move towards Beggarsford, where it now passes through villages. And the stress between nobody until boy and men's, that's where most of the people are dying, and it is because of that. If you go to the Khayelitsha one that you've depicted, it's also about and around that. Now, lightning on this road also is going to be very important as you look into other aspects of reinforcing that. But we are happy with the intervention that we are making there. We will, from our side, DM, give you support in terms of the strategy. We must say we are supporting this strategy as a committee from here. And then from here, we'll be calling on the people of South Africa to rally and support this strategy as the voice of the people of South Africa. So we'll formally issue a statement, our communications team here, to pronounce that we are happy with the strategy that you presented before us, and that will be calling the people of South Africa to rally and support this strategy. We'll also elevate that in the chief whips, the chair of chairs meetings that will be joining not long, that all the chairs must pronounce all their members that they must support this particular strategy, because this is a period where we lose many lives. So as you pleaded correctly, that you need everyone on board, we need all hands on the deck to ensure that we achieve the objective of this particular strategy. We will, subject to our discussions that we'll have as a committee, this is our last committee for the year, there are two important things. One is the issue relating to the taxi and the bus operators. 2 days back, when we were speaking about that, you'll be coming to present the road strategy, the safety strategy for the festive. There was a call that is a concern around some taxi operators, but we had said they must write formally to the committee. But it's like we have not received that formal. Should it warrant that concern that they are raising, should it warrant that we'll call you maybe on a virtual platform, because we may not have any other opportunity to interface in this fashion, but because it's like the issues they want to raise may have an impact on the strategy. So to safeguard the strategy on everything, we'll ensure if there is any issue that we have to process, we'll request the procedurally in terms of our offices here that we call you virtually and have that type of interaction so that we safeguard the strategy. We'll walk the journey with you in terms of oversight. Like I said, it will be subject to the discussion we'll have with members. You may see us from time to time calling you DM through our channels in Parliament to say we may join you on this or that campaign during the festive. Of course, depending on the availability of members. And our members are spread from all over the country in this committee. So you have Hang Sing, who's based here in Cape Town. You have Malamaja in Gauteng. Eastern Cape, you have the Moloto Road there, you have R37, you also have the Stellenbosch route, you also have Cape Town, you also have all those roads. So you are likely to have us from time to time, Honorable Van Staden, saying we are deploying Honorable Van Staden to join you on the campaign on this road, whether it's a roadblock or so forth. So kindly accept us that we'll be doing the work as part of making a call, but also reinforcing you. So we'll be doing that, the Honorable DM, so that it must not seem as though if this is only your responsibility alone, so that indeed we encompass the spirit that we all have to put our hands to ensure that this thing works. I think that's what I will say over that. And with this, I think on this part, we are green, we are closed on this subject. Thank you very much. On this subject, we'll then take the last presentation. We'll take that presentation as read so that you take us through it, but to specific pointers, and from there we question and we'll move towards closing. Honorable Malmacha, if you can take the vote for me, I just want to. Yeah. Yeah, the colleagues can go off RTMC, but they can remain to support. It's up to them. My chief.
Chair.
I'm
Chair?
not sure if I'm speaking on behalf of everyone, but we'll stay and support the
Okay.
department.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair, we just need to set up so we can project, so it'll take about 2 minutes quickly.
You need how many minutes?
Probably less than 2, 5.
Okay, you are given that, granted.
Earlier on was on our side, now is on their side.
They must come back.
They must come back, man. Actually, that food is for us, man. It's not for other people.
The bladder issues.
Members, are you fine in terms of food? The outside, because normally when I chair, I don't want up and down. Please, when I chair, I don't want up and down. Then
I'm going to be up and down, Mr. Malamaji.
yeah, but it's clear to say when I chair, member carrying some sweet aid coming back here.
Let me go and get them back. I don't like this delays.
So are you calling them? then the chair will come before I chair.
I arrived at this meeting on time with my team this morning. Person, I may have successfully averted a chairpersonship coup here.
No, thanks very much. Let's not waste time. I think let's give it to you, dear.
Chairperson, thank you very much. As indicated in the apologies, the DG is not here for the presentation of the Q2 performance. Information and expenditure. May I request the indulgence of the committee that we allow the CFO and the team to present to us. As you've said, you're taking the presentation as read, and the DDGs, substantive and acting, are all present, and will then field their questions in that regard. So thank you very much, Chair, and through you can hand over to the CFO.
Thank you. Thanks, DM. Thanks, honorable members. The first part, through your indulgence, I'm going to ask Lengiwe by the laptop just to take us through, as Chairperson has indicated, that the representation has been read. We'll touch on the highlights and the non-performance and go to finance and deal with the expenditure report. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, in that order.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and honorable members, the Honorable DM and colleagues. As indicated, we will then take the committee through the Q2 performance. Apologies, it seems to have frozen. It's moving on my side. There we go. So the report is just talking to the Q2 performance information that we then compiled for the performance that we have achieved as a department. As indicated, I'll really just focus on the areas, on the highlights, but also then touch on the areas of non-achievement. The period we're looking at for Q2 is the 1st of July up until the 30th of September. And of course, we then talk to how have the 7 programs that we have as a department performed in Q2. When we look at the number of targets that have been set, we had a total of 57 targets for Q2. In terms of achievement, we've managed to achieve 40 of our targets and missed only 17. And I won't go through the breakdown in the interest of time. However, overall, we managed to achieve 70%. And if you see on the next slide, you can see the pie chart indicating that we've only missed 30% of our targets. When you look at the program performance, when we're comparing programs, our least performing program is the Integrated Transport Planning Program, who achieved 30%, but that's due to the fact that the targets that are missed had a dependency where we needed the president to sign off on the ERT bill, which was then passed into law in June. And of course, then it had the knock-on effect on those targets. Otherwise, we actually would have achieved 100% on that one. Our best performing program on branch, we use those terms interchangeably, is your public transport, who achieved 90% of their targets. We also then did a comparative exercise to look at how have we fared in terms of trend from Q1 to Q2. And this is important because, of course, the whole point of monitoring is to make sure that we move towards achieving our annual targets. The performance was fluctuating. So some programs did improve, as you can see in the green, and others did decline in terms of performance. And so overall, we had the performance where, unfortunately, we had a decline of 73%, from 73% to 70% in this quarter. In terms of highlights for Program 1, which is your administration program, which includes your CFO, corporate services, and the Office of the DG. The highlights that we've identified, which is probably of interest to PCOT, is the fact that we've responded to all the questions that we received from Parliament, which is quite important. And also we have developed and tabled the annual reports of the department, which we actually presented to the committee last month. And then very importantly, in terms of then the resolution of reported incidents of corruption, we actually overachieved and achieved 97% in terms of resolving those reported cases. I'll skip this because in terms of HR, we started the process of recruiting the new interns that will be coming through for the next 2 years. We've started the process, we've advertised. But when we move over to, which is of interest again, cases of irregular expenditure, there were no new cases reported in Q2, which we are very pleased to announce. Similarly, for cases of unauthorized expenditure, we had no new cases reported in Q2. In terms of areas of non-achievement, when it comes to the filling of vacancies, unfortunately, we were not able to reduce the vacancy rate. In fact, we had a slight increase from 14.54% to 14.61%, and this is, of course, due to the known problem of the moratorium in terms of filling of vacancies, but also we've had a challenge of its staff turnover and some bereavement in cases where we've lost some of our staff members. And of course, another challenge, which is then the internal promotions, which then means even though you are filling some vacancies, because it's internal, where the official is moving from, that position becomes vacant. But of course, we are then engaging TPSA to try and fast-track the process of filling vacancies once those become vacant. In terms of the 30-day payment of valid invoices, unfortunately, we missed our target. We achieved 80% compliance, and this is due to late payments due to, unfortunately, the unavailability of some officials that need to authorize payments. But also there has been 54 invoices that were received in bulk, and due to capacity constraints, we are not able to process those on time. And then we also had a case of 24 invoices that were not processed due to the unavailability of the bus system. In terms of consequence management, of course, we are implementing this. Affected officials are requested to then motivate, and the relevant DDG will then approve the motivation for the reasons for the late payment. But of course, disciplinary action is also being implemented by the DG in those cases. In terms of wasteful and fruitless expenditure, unfortunately, again, we only achieved 81% reduction of cases of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And this unfortunately was due to the cancellation of bookings. We are putting in internal control measures to try and curb that fruitless and wasteful expenditure. When we move over to integrated transport planning, some highlights, we have done consultations on the draft transport just transition plan, which speaks to our contribution to reducing the carbon emissions, but also we've embarked on a process of actually collating data in terms of the smart charging infrastructure that's available in the country, taking into account, of course, that that's the infrastructure that will be needed for the electric vehicles that we're trying to increase the uptake on in the country. So we are collecting data to then determine the extent of the demand and versus the available infrastructure for charging electric vehicles. When we move over to the areas of non-achievement, as indicated, Chair and honorable members, the 7 targets that we missed are actually all linked to the establishment of the Transport Economic Regulator, which then speaks to the winding up of the Ports Regulator of South Africa, as well as the registration of the regulator, as well as the Transport Economic Council. And of course, as indicated, due to the fact that the Act was passed into law in June, it had a knock-on effect from the delays that we had in the first quarter. We have not been able to fast-track performance such that we catch up. And this also speaks to the appointment of the panel of experts for shortlisting by the minister. We were behind with that, but of course, as of last month, the minister has approved a panel who has since last week started the process of shortlisting candidates for the regulator. In terms of the Transport Economic Council stakeholder consultation, we have had consultations with the National Treasury. However, we have not completed the process. However, that process is still unfolding. And then lastly, when we looking at the regulations for the TER, we do have draft regulations for the TER. Unfortunately, we have not done the stakeholder consultation. This is due to the fact that we are still engaging internally, and we started the process of appointing a service provider, GTEC, who will then assist in responding to some of the comments that we've received from the state law advisor to ensure that there is alignment to our regulations as well as the comments received from the state law advisor. And lastly, for the ITP, we also had a target in terms of the regional integration strategy implementation plan for it to be submitted to EXCO. Chair, this was already submitted. As such, we, during the approval of the strategy by Cabinet last year, however, for technical reasons, we had to mark it unachieved because it wasn't achieved within the quarter, but this has already been done. In terms of the rail transport program, some of the highlights in terms of the National Rail Bill, we managed to do the stakeholder consultation on the bill, and the comments that have been received were incorporated in the updated National Rail Bill. As such, we will then proceed with the process of going to cluster and cabinet for approval to proceed with the process. We've also then continued with the monitoring exercise in terms of the implementation of the PFC framework as well as the high-speed rail freight corridor to ensure that we are on track. And then lastly, we have also developed the network, the draft national network statement towards then the development of the National Rail Master Plan. In terms of areas of non-achievement, we only had one target that we missed for the rail transport, and that was then the devolution strategy. We had targeted that we will get ministerial approval for consultation. However, we still needed to do some work on the strategy. As such, we have then prioritized that we'll fast-track the process in order to then get approval from the minister so that we can continue with the consultation process on the strategy. When it comes to road transport, the monitoring of the road safety strategy, I will not get into the detail. The RTMC colleagues are also here. That's also continuing. We do have the report talking to the statistics, but also we continue to then monitor the issuance of the driver's license cards. And to date, the DLCA reported that the turnaround time for Q2 was 25 working days. In terms of the classification of the traffic road policing, the 24/7, again, this was already touched on. The CAB memos have been submitted for Mpumalanga, Gauteng, KZN, Limpopo, and Western Cape for the implementation of the 24/7. The report for the maintenance of your provincial infrastructure was also compiled. And of course, these are the figures for the kilometers that were maintained. The kilometers that were upgraded is 4,621 kilometers. When we get onto the areas of non-achievement, the next two bills, which is then we are targeted to do consultation on the draft amendment bill for the CBRTA as well as the RAF bill. This unfortunately was not done, and this was due to the delay in terms of the internal consultations that we needed to do before we proceed with the process. We are working on fast-tracking the process so that we are back on track. It's the same for the amended bills for RTIA, RTMC, and SANRAL. When you get onto the National Road Traffic Amendment Bill approved by Parliament, we had targeted that the submission for the proclamation to the Presidency for approval and the operationalization of the Act. That has the dependency, of course, it was not done because we're still awaiting the enactment of the Act. When we move over to civil aviation, some of the highlights, we did manage to do the stakeholder consultations on the draft National Airports Development Plan as targeted. The inputs that were received have been considered, and the plan has been updated to accommodate the comments received. In terms of the AMSA bill, we were able to then do the CIAS, and we received the sign-off certificate from Presidency, so we are on track in terms of the AMSA bill. In terms of the unachieved target, there was only one for civil aviation. It was for the comprehensive civil aviation policy. We were supposed to do the CIAS process and get the sign-off certificate so that we can proceed with the process going on to class and then cabinet. As we had indicated previously, the policy was withdrawn from the process so that we can then restructure the document. And as of today, we have restructured the document, and we are engaging the minister on the final document. When we move over to maritime transport, some of the highlights, the policies that we had targeted, we have developed the draft reports on those, on the maritime digitalization as well as the maritime energy solutions as targeted. But also when you're speaking to the National Shipping Company, we had targeted to develop business case for the operating model, and that too was done as targeted. In terms of Transnet corporatization, we are closely monitoring the process. The good news is the shareholder minister now is our minister. We expect that that would fast track the process of corporatization, but we are making progress. When we move over to the areas of non-achievement, it's speaking to the National Ports Amendment Bill being submitted to the State Law Advisor. We were not able to do that, and this was due to the fact that we are still consulting on the refined draft bill internally as well as with the PRSA. And of course, subsequent to that, we will then engage the State Law Advisor for input, and we're planning to fast track and have that done within this quarter. And then lastly, we move over to public transport. Some of the highlights, speaking to, we have been continuous in supporting the 5 cities in terms of the operations of the IPTN, and this includes Yotwane, Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, Polokwane, and George. And also we have then trained the PREs, which is then the provincial entity regulators, and that includes Northwest, Free State, Northern Cape, and Eastern Cape in terms of using the new performance system. Furthermore, when it comes to the old taxi vehicles being scrapped, we've managed to achieve 100% of the received qualifying taxis, and that's 99 taxis that were submitted in the quarter and were qualifying, and we did manage to scrap those. This speaks to the 5 projects, the commercial projects for the taxi industry. We have also been monitoring those projects. One of the projects are actually doing quite well, which is then the container retail space solutions, where you can see that there has been an increase in sales by 28%. And also, there has been challenges, unfortunately, when it comes to the 24-hour service center in Cape Town, where the 2 centers have been closed due to a lack of stakeholder participation. When it comes to bicycle distribution in rural municipalities, we exceeded the target. We managed to distribute 1,077 bicycles. 610 went to KZN, 307 went to Mpumalanga, and 160 went to the Western Cape. In terms of areas of non-achievement, it was only 1 for public transport, and that was the public transport subsidy policy that was supposed to be submitted to the SPCHD cluster. This was not done due to the demand for inputs and further stakeholder engagements that were required. As such, the period for the deadline for inputs was extended. Furthermore, the NEDLEC also requested to have their own process, which we've allowed so that we get more input into the policy. Subsequent to that, of course, we will then proceed with the approval of the policy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So for quickly financials.
Thank you, Chair. You can go to the next slide. Chair and members, the department in the first 6 months of the financial year was able to spend 39.9 billion of the 80 billion allocated in the current financial year. However, the spending is, as per our cash flow, we have underspent by 287 million, and we give the reasons below of the underspending. And the next slide, Chair, before I give the reasons for the underspending, is just to show you this schedule, which gives you a picture of our expenditure report at the 6 months. You can see that in terms of the cash flow projection, we have planned to spend 40 billion, but as I indicated, we spent 39.9, which is underspent by 287. However, if you look at program 1 and 2 and 6, you can see that they have overspent, and I'll just explain the reason for that underspending. Program 1 have overspent by 9.4 million, and then program 2 by 8.8, and maritime transport by 2.1. In administration, the underspending of the 9.4 is basically the first issue is in relation to expenditure towards the presidential inauguration event, which was not budgeted for initially. It was included in the adjustment budget under unforeseeable budget. So as a result of that, it made the program 1 to spend more. Furthermore, there were invoices for the accommodation of the previous financial year, which were only paid in the current financial year because Public Works was only able to submit the information and the invoices in the new financial year. The remedial action in terms of that is that, as I indicated, the National Treasury have approved the reprioritization of funds amounting to 18.9 million to cover the excess expenditure incurred for the presidential inauguration. And further, there was also reprioritization that we made within the program to cover shortfall on goods and services. If we go to ITP, the same reasons explain the overspending of the 8.8 million, which was for invoices of the previous financial year paid in the current year. And also during the adjustment budget, to make sure that we don't overspend in this program, there was shifting that was approved by National Treasury. Rail transport, now it was underspent by 11 million on compensation of employees and goods and services, and we just explained that the underspending on compensation will be, of course, on the vacant post, and on goods and services is in relation to projects such as the appointment of a service provider for the National Rail Bill, which is currently being reviewed and is undergoing the vetting process. After that, the expenditure will come through in the next quarters, and as well as the terms of reference for the railway safety regulation were delayed due to the alignment of the terms of reference. In the road transport, the underspending there is 75 million, and the reason for that underspending is non-payment for the Road Traffic Infringement Agency for the ARTO rollout. And the ARTO rollout, the reason why it was not transferred to RTIA is that it is a requirement. The condition is that RTIA should submit the detailed invoice on what they're gonna do according to the condition that they've been approved for. So for now, we have engaged the NTT and indicated how they need to submit their invoice, and we trust that they will submit the invoice before the end of the third quarter so that they can get the allocation for the ARTO rollout. In the road transport, we go to the next, civil aviation. There I indicated the civil aviation was 14.9, and it's basically due to the following project: the regional search and rescue event, which was postponed, and the national aviation training strategy, which was also pending appointment of a service provider. In the maritime, there was an overspending, as I indicated, of 2.2 million, and this is due to the vacant posts that have been implemented due to the and also implementation of the annual increase of the cost of living adjustment for the employees. But what we did as a remedial action was that we requested an allocation of 10 million to be moved across all the provinces in relation to cost of living adjustment, so that we don't overspend on our compensation of employee budget. And in program 7, the underspending there is 207 million, and the reason for the underspending is one of the projects is the panel of experts for the public transport grant monitoring, and the other big one will be the less funds that were transferred to the tax recapitalization program because it's demand driven. And the remedial action there, I've indicated that the panel of experts for public transport monitoring have been appointed. However, expenditure will only be incurred depending on the specific project identified, and invoices are expected to be received as we go to the third and the fourth quarter. And also I want the committee also to know that approval in this program has been granted for shifting funds of about 300 million for the public transport network grant to fund the taxi relief fund project and 80 million of this to the tax recapitalization project to fund new economic tax empowering project. So this slide, Chairperson and members, shows you the expenditure per economic classification. I'll only just highlight that in terms of compensation of employee, you can see there by the end of the second quarter, the savings there is 1.2 million. So you can imagine if at all we didn't do the shifting, that by the end of the financial year we'll be overspending on compensation of employees. And on goods and services, we are still on par because we are still at 44%. And on transfers and subsidies, we were at 50%. And on payments of capital, we overspend by 1.2 in terms of the 6 months. But if you look at the annual allocation, we will not exceed this budget because buying of computer and furniture only happen once. It's not a monthly expenditure. And payment of financial asset is overspent by 120,000. And this is in relation to gratuities that we pay for the employees that retire from the public service. So always towards the end of the year, we do a reprioritization to take care of this expenditure. So basically, that is the details of the expenditure. And the next slides give you the details in terms of the explanation and the schedules that we used in terms of the preparation. And as you can see the transfers to provinces, transfers to municipalities, and also transfers to our entities, Chair. And that is the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, CFO and ODG. We are in your hands, Chairperson. The DDGs are all here, so there's no problem.
No, thanks very much. Honorable members. Ngomane. Yeah, you can shoot.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me appreciate the presentation made on the Q2 performance. Chair, mostly I will just, as you have said, I must shoot. I'll go straight to my question because really we received the report and it has been now presented to us. What are the root causes of the department not meeting its Q2 targets? And it was able to perform, unable to perform on almost 1/3 of its targets. That may be the root causes. The second question, Chair, is that Q2 targets were brought down by the performance perhaps of civil aviation program and integrated transport program, which was the case also in Q1. What is the department doing now to correct the shortcomings in these programs? That was my second question. The third one is that whilst we appreciate the 97% performance on corruption cases that have been resolved, when can we perhaps expect the last or the outstanding 3% to be resolved, so that we have a 0% and also zero tolerance for corruption, as it negatively impacts on budgets and service delivery? Another question, Chair. Can the department explain how the bursary scheme works? And is the department able to recruit from this pool, of people as interns or in permanent positions. Yes, as much as we appreciate the non-employees, beneficiaries that are getting these bursaries, but internally, what is happening there? Then, Chair, to what extent are the vacancies in the department negatively impact on the administration program to enable the department to improve its performance, and how will the department fix this problem? Then lastly, Chair, what is affecting the performance of integrated transport planning, as it is not able to meet its performance targets? It's worrying, it's really worrying that integrated transport planning is performing like this. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Ghana, Mabena, then Malumacha will close it.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So one, I'm mindful of time, considering that we have a sitting at 2, and the lunch is not provided. We have to go and get lunch and rest a bit before that marathon session. It might very well be, so my questions will relate to the adjustments. If we can, maybe if they could submit in writing in particular, there are 3, or let me say.
Chairperson, if the honourable member can lift his voice, we are battling this side to hear.
The mic is far.
I always assume, DM, that my voice is loud enough, but I think, so what I'm asking, Chair, there are 3 adjustments to the program on slide 67. So there's money that has gone to the taxi empowerment projects of 80 million. And there's a once-off taxi gratuity of 300 million. And there's money that has moved from Sanral to the driving license account of 133 million. If we can get, for me, if I can get that in writing in the interest of time, to understand where this is going. So that's the slide that I'm speaking about. So these movements, if they could just be explained, Chair, because that 300 million taxi gratuity, and that's all that you read there. It's a once-off taxi gratuity. Then there are details missing on that one. And in fact, most of these from the empowerment projects going down, that's where the bulk of the money has been shifted. So if you can get those reasons in writing, it will assist me so that I don't waste much time in their response. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Honorable Ghana, for that intervention. Mabena?
Thank you very much, President. I think just one issue as well. From me, the issue of the 30 days invoice settlement, I think we had an issue like this, I think like a couple of 3, if not 4 reports ago, and we condemned that issue. And I think part of the reasoning that you provided was that someone locked the office, they left with the key. There were just a lot of clumsiness and a lot of like, and then the DG made a commitment to say that there's going to be consequence management. I remember in my speech in Parliament when I think it's I think it was in July, I actually congratulated the DG with regards to consequence management, with regards to settlement of invoices within 30 days. But now we're back there again. Same issue. So what happened to that consequence management, and who are the culprits? Because I think maybe we should follow the same as Honorable Makashule Kana has just said. You must provide us with a report in terms of telling us exactly who are the culprits. We must know that this person is perpetually dealing, I'm having a problem with this issue, because you are killing small businesses. There are businesses which rely on government cash flow for them to survive in terms of that. And they employ people. And if you look at the unemployment rate of South Africa is too high. And if we're going to continue massaging this issue, that one report, you identify the issue, you make a commitment, consequence management, next report, the issue dies down, but it picks up again. So give us a report and tell us who, because, and in one of my depositions here, I even asked to say, can you define consequence management? Because they said there was one where they spoke to that person, there was a letter written. I asked specifically, I said, what letter is that? Is it a verbal warning? Is it a written warning? Is it the final written warning? What is it? Can you give us the specific details of that? Because now it's becoming an irritation of dealing with the same issue again. 97% of all reported corruption incidents resolved. What are you saying? 97% of all reported corruption incidents resolved. I mean, like, what are you saying? Are you saying people have been, there's an incident has been reported, investigated, there are findings, has someone been fired, has someone been arrested? What are you saying? Because we are saying 97% of that has been resolved. So meaning that there's 3% which has not been resolved. And also we say here that you've actually used outside assistance in terms of investigations. Can you give us also that information? Which forensic company was used? What was the report? What was the findings of that? That's what we want to know, and who was involved in terms of that. Now, the issue of the driver's license being received within 25 days, I think we labored on that issue in the last committee meeting, and I think we concluded that that's not possible at this present moment. You see, the CFO makes the point, and I think the CFO, you've been making this point maybe for the past 6 years now, that the tax recap program is demand-driven, therefore the money movement around the program should be expected year in, every quarter. There's no problem, we're just moving it. And when we asked this question, we were told that there's tax empowerment, which is going to deal with the issues of that. But I'm glad that this now is happening now, so that we can see that, okay, tax recap, now tax empowerment programs. Are we, in the next financial report, are we going to say tax empowerment projects, environments from there being moved to other programs now? Because that means, because here we're trying to address the issue of saying that the demand from the tax recap is low, therefore we're taking this money, we're taking it to tax empowerment projects to deal with that issue indirectly. Now, are we making progress or not? But also, the taxi industry, we spoke about the issues of other taxis not being in a position to be scrapped. There was also the cutoff of taxis that have like Saga 1998, issues like that. But can't we just adjust part of those qualification criteria to encourage uptake? I know the minister the last time made the commitment to increase even the money that is allocated there. I even made a point to say that you can say in a year you are going to scrap 100 taxis, but you increase the amount per taxi. That might possibly assist us in terms of, so that's time up, I guess. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hansinger, briefly. Or you want to be accused? No, thanks very much. Malmaja, if you can conclude quickly.
No, Thanks, Chair. It's just three questions. We'll be straight to the point. You see, Chair, there are many delays. There are delays in many...
Pull the mic.
Oh, I'm far from. Thank you. There are delays in many important policies and legislation and requires monitoring to ensure the second quarter targets are met. Does the department have a plan of action to ensure the finalization of the policy and legislation in the third quarter? Then the second one will be, Chair, the public transport subsidy is critical, of course, for easing the burden on the public transport cost for working class and poor family. When will the process of consultation be completed by NEDLEC, and when can we expect the policy to be released? The last one, Chair, is one of these questions that really we will want the department to talk to us this way. What is the cost of underspending of 287 million by the administrative program, integrated transport program, and maritime program? Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks very much. There'll be two set of answers. You'll respond to these questions that are asked here, and then you will also respond in writing for those other two questions, unless there is any other questions that you may want also to respond in writing. But maybe just to amplify, this issue of recurring of invoices is a serious concern, because it comes up and it comes down, as Honorable Mabena is saying. And we have said, I think we have amplified it in the previous session, that we can't tolerate this. So you may have to speak to it briefly. Especially the reasons thereof that are being given, because they're not really sufficient. You can't say you are unable to do because of absence of staff or something like that. It doesn't make sense. If you could quickly speak to that, and towards wrapping up.
Thank you, Chair. May I request that we allow the CFO and the DDGs and Sislingo to respond to issues, and I'll come in the end on one or two matters. May I request, colleagues, that if there's a matter that you deem would be better ventilated in a written response, you indicate, and then we will make that submission on a timeline that will be guided by the committee. CFO?
Thanks, Honorable DM. Let me allow the colleagues to deal with the performance information, then we'll come through to close on the other matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and CFO. When it comes to the root cause of the challenges of performance, I think one of the honorable members picked it up. So a number of our challenges when it comes to achieving our target, especially for policy and legislation, is the dependencies. So those are some of the stages that are outside of our control. And I think in the presentation I did indicate, especially for the ITP targets, we had missed 7, and all 7 are linked to the establishment of the Transport Economic Regulator, which was dependent on the President signing the bill into law, which was in June. And of course, then it had a knock-on effect on those targets. And for the civil aviation targets, it was again the policy target. As indicated, I think the DDG for civil aviation is in the room. She'll add a bit more on that. But for policy, it was also then to do some revision to restructure such that it serves the intended purpose. And again, we are back on track on that. In terms of the 97% resolution of corruption cases, we'll respond to that in writing. Similarly, with the bursary scheme, we'll also then provide a response for that in writing. The 30-day will be the CFO. In terms of, then I think the last question, which was then the delays in policy and legislation, I also want to mention that we also did amend our APP It was an opportune time. However, the reason why we amended was, of course, because of the new administration, and we had to address the commitment as indicated in the MTDP. But we also then took the opportunity to then try and address those areas where we have those dependencies that are outside of our controls, that came through from the delays that we've already had, such that then, of course, we set realistic targets for the remainder of the year. However, we are putting in measures in place to try and fast track, especially the consultation processes that need to then take place internally and with external stakeholders. And of course, we will then be able to proceed. Thanks, Chair.
CFO.
Thank you. On the 30 days payment, it's unfortunate that it's only one company that is affected here, and it's the company offering us travel services, and it's mainly they contribute to the problem because there's a processes that they need to follow before they issue you a ticket or confirmation of a car and so on. So sometimes, especially the after hours bookings, they are done telephonically. So you find that when they submit the invoice, there's no evidence of approval of that traveling, and this is causing a very serious delay in their payment. And 99% of these invoices belong to only one company, and we are trying by all means to make sure that we pay them on time. But it's a matter that we are addressing with this particular service provider so that it does not taint our report like this, Chair. On the matter of underspending, I think in one of the slides I had a breakdown of the underspending, which I've just want to touch on it quickly. It's on slide. Yeah, it was on slide 56. It gives you the breakdown of the underspending. The first item there is the compensation of employee. I was saying there, the underspending on that particular item is because of the vacant post. But if you look at the amount of that particular underspending, Honorable Chair and members, it's only 1.2 million. And as you know, salary is cumulative. Some people get bonuses and so on and so on. So we are very cautious with this particular item to make sure that we don't overspend by the end of March 2025. I've indicated that even to take care of that particular item, we have requested a budget reprioritization of 10 million to make sure that we are within the budget. The other item which I explained is underspending is the goods and services, and I've indicated that there are certain projects that appointments were only done after the second quarter, and the department will catch up as they pay for those services in the quarters that follow. And the last one is on the transfers and subsidies. It's mainly two items on transfers and subsidies, and I indicated that one of them is the amount allocated for the RTR rollout, and I did explain that RTO rollout, I mean to say, that we are awaiting an invoice from the entity that it will align with the condition that allocation has been made for. So there are conditions why that allocation was made for example, just to share with the committee, their main cost driver is postage. So in their invoice, they must indicate how much is going for postage, how much is going for additional people that they need for the rollout of the art, all those finer details in terms of the condition of allocation must be followed before we release the money. And the other item is the one Honorable Mabena was referring to, that the tax recap is demand driven. if they submitted so many requests, we will only consider up to that amount. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Just check with the DDGs, check quickly if there's any matter with the aviation.
Thank you, DM. So for the one target that we missed under the civil aviation program, it actually talks to the interdependencies that Tlengiwe talked about. The processing of CIAS, phase 2 CIAS, is dependent on us obtaining cabinet approval for us to then get, to publish the policy, for us to get public comments on the policy. We concluded all cabinet processes, but unfortunately when we then got to the cabinet ministers committee, it was withdrawn from the agenda. And the feeling was that we had too many, the policy have too many policy statements. We were then requested to go and repackage the policy statements that we had. So basically that's the reason why we did not achieve our Q2 target. So we have since repackaged the policy, we've resubmitted, and we hope that it will be acceptable this time around. Thank you.
Intend to reach that in the next quarter, to cover up in the next quarter?
Pardon, Chair?
You intend to then make up in the next quarter, in the third quarter?
We hope so, depending on whether the repackaged comprehensive civil aviation policy will then be acceptable by the Cabinet Ministers Committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
As we move towards concluding.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, DM and honorable members. I'll just try to move very quickly. Chair, 2 weeks ago we came and presented the text recap and the challenges and what are the way forward. One of the things that is going to happen is that we are being assisted by the World Bank to review the entire program. Part to that will be how you then make that to be a meaningful capital subsidy, to make sure that you mitigate, the minister used the word de-risk, you mitigate against the high vehicle prices, because that is the deterrent. That may include improving the scrapping allowance, but we will then have to wait for that review. Now, one of the sticky things that has been haunting us for 2 years was that the RTRP includes these empowerment programs, and we have been struggling to get an item classified on the budget, which we have now been successful, and we can safely say that the 80 million that we're talking about will definitely be spent before the end of the March, end of March. The 300 is part of the 700 that was returned to government. So it's not government's money. It is the taxi people's money who were affected by COVID. So the 300 goes out this year, and then the 400 is budgeted for in the next year. That is the accounting treatment of the 708 that was returned to government, which was appropriated in the 2021-22 financial year. The subsidy policy, unfortunately, one of our key stakeholders, who is NETLAC, even though the policy does not go there, but we took it there, and they had to subject it to their process, which is legislated, so they can't short-circuit it. We will have to go and camp there for the whole 6 months. That's the main issue. We had hoped to have had the policy by now in December. Unfortunately, that would have to be extended by 3 months. We are targeting March. That is the issue about the subsidy policy, and that is the challenge of the NETLAC policy. Just very quickly, 97 cases, 97% resolved. If you have 5 cases, you deal with them, verify, investigate, different stages, whether you proceed further with a forensic. That's where we are saying 97 of those were attended to. it does not necessarily mean that 97 people were corrupt. And then on the movements within Program 7, because that's where the major movements are, we will just amplify, in addition to what I have just said earlier on. I think I would have dealt with the issue around the beneficiaries. It was in our policy that the people that we support should then be able to come and be employed to the department. Unfortunately, it depends on the availability and of the positions. So we have relaxed that measure, and they can be released into the sector. That is unfortunately how we deal with it. And the process of interns is a separate process. Some of them come in, but we have to, as a department, advertise openly so that even the others that were not beneficiaries of our bursary scheme should have an opportunity to come and be interns. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, the DM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and to the colleagues. We will, Chair, submit in writing outstanding responses. So, and then on the ARTO-related matters, we will expend those in the next report. We've got a full day RTR-related matters focus day in December, where we're going to look at reviews, timelines, and all other outstanding matters and the issues that the CFO has raised, and to confirm what the DDG has said around NEDLEC, that is not our process. And so as and when those processes run, we'll be able to then report, so that will require that. Thirdly, Chair, the issue around the stair, and I think that the committee is all fair with the difficulties that we have, in that you yourselves are grappling now with amendments to that because of the technical error that took place in the stair. It has got a ripple effect on the work in which we are doing, and so that would, amongst others, result in some of the issues raised. Fourthly, Chair, is the issue that, yes, the APP was actually reviewed, consistent with the medium-term development plan of the 7th administration and along the key priority areas that the President announced in the opening of Parliament address. And so we have to, therefore, look at the Lekgotla outcomes and consolidate, and the feedback which we now require from the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation is key in this respect, just for the purposes of consistency. And lastly, Chair, is to say I do not think the Minister made a commitment on the issues that Honorable Mapena is making. But what she did commit to, and was, I think, the issue around funds may cause a problem for us. We have committed to adjusting funds. What the Minister did commit to is to look at the tax recap, and the critical area would be around de-risking, in as so far as the fact that the financing costs for the taxis are problematic for the sustainability of the operators. If you look at the fact that a taxi installment would be 20,000 rands, and therefore they have to chase that. So the interest rates themselves are problematic. So I would really want to defend my minister here and say that we are not at commitment phase yet, but we are prepared and are looking at the review of all the necessary issues, particularly along the very key critical question of de-risking. And we will then come back to the portfolio committee once we have arrived at a consolidated review of all those matters. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks for it, DM. Honorable Ben.
No, thank you very much, President. Sorry for this. I think the issue of the 97% of cases, you see now, the DDG has said people have been attended to. Now, we're saying, can you give us a report of those that have been attended? Because the DM in his opening, he said they will respond in writing to the questions that have not been answered. And I think the risk there would have been that the DDG would have touched on it, and therefore it might fall outside of the written.
Sure, it will be responded to in writing.
Okay, thanks.
No, thanks, Honorable Mabena. Thanks, DM. So the issue will have to be responded to in writing, including those issues that Honorable Ghana had raised and Honorable Mabena. DM, just as a reminder that as a committee, we're still waiting the progress report on DLTC. in terms of that AG intervention on the matter. The DL,
Too many acronyms, DLCH.
DLCA, the issue relating to the awarding of the license, because it has to deal with that particular 2.5 licenses that needs to be issued. You remember the issue?
Yes, the matter is still with the Auditor General. As soon as the investigation is concluded,
Yeah.
the Minister will appraise the committee on the appropriate actions that will be taken. But those that, whatever the outcome, will then have an action plan. So the matter, Chair, is still within our radar. And once the AG has concluded on that matter, we will revert back to you. Thank you.
No, thanks. We were raising it, colleagues, because as you will be aware, it has a bearing in one of your indicators, which is not doing well. So we are mindful of the fact that it is subject to that particular reality that you are facing, you're finding yourself facing with. But colleagues, I think I must take this moment to thank you, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, to thank the team. So you are acting for the DG and and all the chief directors and the DDGs that are here, CFO, everyone. I want to thank you very much once again to extend our appreciation to the chair of RTMC and the together with all board members who are here and the management team led by the CEO. DM, thanks very much. We are calling it a day as we rush to the plenary. Thanks very much. DM, those response must be by the 10th, right? It's on record. I said it, I must emphasize it is on the 10th. Okay. We'll send a formal email to that effect.